Senate will come to order. Chaplain Dr. Black will open the Senate with prayer.
Let us pray. Eternal God, thank you for not leaving us alone in a challenging world. You remain our refuge in every storm. As our lawmakers commit this day to you, help them to navigate through the turbulence of this government shutdown. May your Spirit control their minds, guiding them by the light of your truth. Lord, inspire them to live worthy of the price you
Please
paid
welcome the
for their
45th and the
redemption,
47th President of the
making
United
them
States,
humble,
Donald
patient,
J.
and kind.
Trump.
From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say
Wow, what a nice group. And I love Miami. I love to be with the people. Many of you are not from Miami, but that's okay too. And I'm thrilled to be back in magnificent Florida, Miami, Florida, with thousands of incredible business leaders and true American patriots. That's what you are. We're gathered today on the one-year anniversary of the single most consequential election victory, they say. This is them, this isn't me. I'm a very modest person, I would never say this. The single most consequential election victory in American history. It's possible, I mean, it's possible. We've done a lot. On November 5th, 2024, the American people reclaimed our government. We restored our sovereignty. We lost a little bit of sovereignty last night in New York, but we'll take care of it, don't worry about it. We rescued our economy, regained our liberty, and together we saved our country. On that magnificent night, 365 days ago, you know, I was with a group of very important people, and they say, think of it, last week, just last week, 6 days ago, 7 days ago, they said, you were campaigning 1 year ago. I said, no, it felt like I've been in this position for so long. And it's right. At that point, 1 year ago, I was actually campaigning. We did the McDonald's shot. Remember the McDonald's shot? We did the garbage truck shot. And actually, the McDonald's one was the biggest hit in the history of Google. Can you believe that? Number one, the garbage truck did well, but not as well. I guess there's something about McDonald's, right? But it worked. And we won a tremendous election. We won all 7 swing states. We won the great state of Florida, by the way, by 1.4 million votes, which is unprecedented. Biggest victory ever in Florida, including an 11-point victory right here in a place called Miami-Dade County. We won the popular vote for the first time of any Republican in many decades. We won the Electoral College 312 to 226. And we won 86% of the counties in America. That's a big one. 2,700 to 525. I'd say that's called a landslide, right? We got more votes from African Americans than any Republican candidate in history. We also won a record share of votes from the incredible Hispanic American community. There might be a couple of us left. Biggest vote in history. And above all, we won a resounding mandate to make America great again, which is what we're doing. And every day since, I've been fighting to turn the promise made into the ultimate promise kept. We're going to do our job. We have a big job to do. We've done really well. I think it's the best 9 months, they say, of any president. And I really believe that if we can have a few more 9 months like this, you'd be very happy. You'd be very satisfied. But it's been pretty incredible, with trillions and trillions of dollars being poured back into our country by other countries and other places and people. 1 year ago, we were a dead country. Now we're a country that's considered the hottest country anywhere in the world. It's the hottest country. We are now in the hottest country anywhere in the world. And I'm pleased to report that today the United States has the strongest economy, the strongest borders, the strongest military, the strongest friendships, and the strongest spirit of any nation anywhere. We have the greatest economy right now. A lot of people don't see that. But if you look at what's happening with all the factories, AI, auto plants all over the country being built, that if you would have thought about that 2 or 3 years ago, you would have said it was the opposite. They were all leaving. Now they're all coming in. They're all coming back and then some. And I think that we can honestly say, and I think you're going to see it even more so over the next 12 months, that this is the golden age of America. This is the golden age. In the prior 4 years, crooked Joe Biden oversaw less than $1 trillion of new investment in the United States. So in 4 years, less than, think of it, less than 1 trillion. That was not doing too good. In 9 months, I've secured commitments of over $18 trillion, and we're going to have $21 trillion within the first year. So Sleepy Joe did, think of that. In 4 years, he did less than $1 trillion. We're going to have 21 trillion in 1 year. I would say it's slightly better. Slightly, just a little bit better. The stock market has set 40-time all-time record highs, and just recently, record high, record high, record high. All of them, all of the different exchanges. GDP growth in the second quarter was an amazing, almost 4%. And as you know, they said, oh, it'll be 2% or 1%. And it's been really helped a lot by the tariffs. It's been really helped incredibly, because this is really a transition period. We went from a horrible, failed country to a tremendous success. It's a transition, and yet we did almost 4%, triple and even quadruple almost every other country anywhere in the world. Think of that. In the third quarter, we're on track to achieve an estimated 4.2, maybe more, who knows. I think if you go a couple of years out, you're going to see numbers like you've never seen, because all of these places that are now under construction, they're being built, they're going to be open, and thousands of jobs, hundreds of thousands of jobs are coming in, even building them. But when they open, that's when you're really going to see the numbers. We're building some of the biggest buildings ever built anywhere in the world. The AI buildings, you know, they show displays of them. They can cover the island of Manhattan. They're so big. They literally can cover the island of Manhattan. In 9 months, we've lifted over 600,000 Americans off of food stamps, which is a record. 1.9 million more American-born workers are employed today. Think of that. Almost 2 million American-born workers are employed today, more than when I took office. That's 9 months ago. Can you imagine that? And I tell Republicans, if you want to win elections, you got to talk about these facts, you know. It's really easy to win elections when you talk about the facts. And we have more people working now than at any time in the history of our country. Right now, we have more people working. These are things you have to talk about. It doesn't just happen. You got to tell them. It's wonderful to do them, but if people don't talk about them, then you can do not so well in elections. Wages for workers are rising at the fastest pace in over 60 years. Those are workers, and that's what we love. We love the workers. Since I took office, wages for the typical factory worker are up $1,300. Construction workers' pay is up $2,200, and miners are up nearly $5,000 this year alone. And that's good because it's not, you know, such an extra cost to the company. It really isn't. Somebody would say, oh, what's going to cost more? The fact is that they're doing such business like they've never done. You're going to start seeing numbers coming out very soon that are going to blow your mind. Under Biden, we had the worst inflation in modern history. We had inflation that was so bad, costing the typical family about $33,000 over a period of time. Their policies send food prices up 23. They come in, you know, when I first came in, I was in for 3 days, and one of the fake news members, they're all back there. That's a lot of press. Fake news. They said, egg prices are through the roof. I was there for 3 days. And this maniac, this lunatic person, happened to be a woman. Sir, what are you going to do about egg prices? And they'd gone up like 4 or 5 times. I said, well, you just told me it has a problem. And people weren't buying Easter eggs. You believe it? I said, we're buying Easter eggs for the White House, for the egg hunt, the famous egg hunt. But within a couple of months, we got them down. We have a great Department of Agriculture headed by Brooke Rollins, and we did a great job, and we got them down to the level they originally were a long time ago. And we have that in just about everything. And if we don't have it, we get them down. Their policies sent food prices soaring 23%, the Biden policies. And it wasn't him. It was the people surrounding him around the desk. He didn't know what the hell he was doing. Biden. How the hell did that happen? Well, I know how it happened. A rigged election. That's how it happened. Think of the damage done. Although I must tell you, but this is a much more powerful term. I mean, this is a much better term. In one way, it's bad to see how bad people... You're going to see the same thing in New York, by the way. You watch what happens in New York. Terrible. But you're going to see that same thing. And I hope it doesn't happen, but you're going to see it. Gas prices are surging to $5 a gallon, even higher, and mortgage rates skyrocketed by 152%. But under the Trump administration, all of that is changing. Prices are coming down very fast, and we're bringing them back to the beautiful part where you can have, and you can truly say, we're talking about the American dream again. You didn't used to hear that term. You heard it during my 4 years, and then it disappeared. Now you're hearing it again more than ever. Because we had the most successful economy in the history of our country during my first 4 years. We rebuilt the economy, cut the biggest tax cut in history. We had the biggest tax cut in history, the biggest regulation cut in history. That's why we had the great economy. And now the only difference is we're doing better this time. Actually, we're going to have a bigger, better, stronger economy than the first 4 years. And that was the most successful economy in history. Gasoline prices have plummeted to the lowest in 2 decades, and we're going to soon see $2 gasoline. Think of that, $2 a gallon. It was up to $4.50, $5. And you know, when you get gasoline and you get oil and gas down, it's so big, it's so massive, the importance of it, that everything else starts to follow. And that's what's happening. Grocery prices are way down, and Walmart just announced the cost of their standard Thanksgiving meal. This is the greatest. They're greatest. They're wonderful. They come out every year with how much does a Thanksgiving meal cost compared to last year, right? And it always goes up, up, up. It's 40%, 30% more. Is 25% lower than 1 year ago. Isn't that great? That's a big deal, Rima. That's a big deal. I don't know if they care about that in Saudi Arabia, but here it means a lot. We got the princess here from Saudi Arabia. She's got a lot of cash. Serious cash, and she's a great person. So she doesn't care about the price of a turkey is down a little bit, you know, she doesn't have to worry about it. Since March, the price of eggs is down 85%. Energy prices are down, interest rates are down, despite the fact that we have a total nincompoop at the Federal Reserve. It was recommended by one of my real great people, who I'd never spoke to again. And the cost of the typical new mortgage is down by nearly $3,000 a year. Day by day, we're making America affordable again. It's going to be affordable again at a really record pace. And, you know, other people are going to take credit. All the mayors and all the governors, they're going to say what a great job. They didn't do a damn thing. Yet as we speak, the Democrats in Congress are trying to put all of this progress at risk and drag us back to the Biden policies of soaring prices, crushing energy costs, massive spending, open borders, let the world come into our country from prisons and from mental institutions, let them pour in, and rampant inflation. That's what Biden gave us, all of those things. With the reckless Democrat shutdown, virtually every Democrat in Congress has voted to hold the American people hostage in an effort to extort hundreds of billions of dollars in new spending. They're demanding free health care for illegal aliens that just came into our country from prisons and from mental institutions, and drug dealers and drug addicts, and they want to give them $1.5 trillion in giveaways that would turbocharge rapid inflation again, as they did the first time. You remember that just a couple of years ago, 4 disastrous years we just had. They were the worst years. Meanwhile, the radical left Democrats are causing millions of Americans who depend on food stamps to go without benefits. They're forcing federal workers to go without paychecks, and they're stranding thousands of travelers at the airports. And you understand it, and they understand it. All because they want to return to the failed Biden policies that created, and also Obama policies. I watched him the other day up talking, well, Donald Trump is a mean person. I'm not a mean person. I just want to have a country that's great again. Is that okay? I'm not a mean person. He's a mean person. He's a divider. He's a divider. Obama, Barack Hussein Obama. And by the way, ask him how he's doing on his museum library. He's got hundreds of millions of dollars of cost overruns. It's come to a dead halt. He built it in not a particularly good location. He's not into real estate, you know. He doesn't know about location. He doesn't know about location. But he built it in a location that's not going to be too good. But the thing has come to a dead halt. It's way over budget. It's sort of like Gavin Newsom in California. He's got a train that was supposed to go from San Francisco to Los Angeles, which is a stupid idea because an airplane is faster. I don't care how fast it goes. And they had plenty of airplanes. San Francisco, inside San Francisco to inside right there, L.A. And what they did is they said, oh, man, this has been going on for years. It's billions and billions of dollars over budget. So what they decided to do is cut it so that it doesn't go into San Francisco and into L.A. It goes way short of both. And then they cut it again and again and again. Pretty soon they're going to have like 2 miles of track. Billions and billions of dollars. Totally incompetent. The biggest cost overrun proportionately that I've ever seen. Many, many, many times more. And it's no longer the same. It was supposed to go into the city. Now it's way short, many miles short of the city. So they're going to drop you off and you can walk the rest of the way. That train is going to haunt him. You watch, because he doesn't have what it takes. I tell you that. Slimy guy. He's a slimy one. Maybe that should be his nickname. Slimy Newsom, right? but he doesn't have it. But you look at that train, it's going to cost him. Republicans have voted 14 times to fund the government, and it's time for Chuck Schumer, crying Chuck. Remember he started crying at the airplanes? They were the worst forced tears. I've known him all his life. He's never cried, but he broke down in tears. He was so devastated. He didn't know why he was crying, but he just thought it was good to do. His people told him this was a good time to cry. Crying Chuck. But it's time for Chuck Schumer and the radical Democrat Congress to stop playing games with the people's lives and to pass a clean funding bill that they've done 30 times before. And to reopen government immediately. Just reopen it. They don't like it to be reopened because we're setting records. They think actually, I don't think anything's going to hurt. We are so strong now that I'm not sure that anything is going to hurt. But it would be good to open it up, take care of the people with jobs that aren't going to get paid and aren't getting paid. And no matter what, we will not let them impose their inflation-causing extremism on the American people. We're not going to pay $1.5 billion for people that came into our country illegally, okay? If you don't mind. That's what they did last time. Remember the Inflation Reduction Act? The greatest scam, one of the greatest scams. I would say some of their environmental scams were even bigger, but one of the greatest scams ever. Inflation Reduction Act. And then they admitted it had nothing to do with inflation reduction, remember? But it did actually cause massive inflation. It actually caused massive inflation. But we don't use auto pens in the Trump administration to sign things. We don't believe in that. You know, I get these guys come in with these big, beautiful documents, gorgeous, beautiful, must cost a fortune. I should check the price. But, you know, a general is being made or something, you know, some big post. And they say, sir, would you sign this, please? It's going to be a 4-star general, or it's going to be a big cabinet position, or it's going to be something with medical or whatever. I take my pen and I sign it. In his case, they walk it into a room and they give it to somebody who's no idea who Biden is. But Biden doesn't have any idea who he is either. And they have a machine sign it, the auto pen. And all of the pardons, he gave thousands of pardons to people. He had no idea about it. He didn't know about it. And therefore, all those pardons are void. You know, you have to have, it's a very complicated thing if you're going to use the machine. You have to do it properly. And he didn't have any idea what was happening. And this is what we had as a president. We don't want that. You have the opposite right now. I don't want to be braggadocious, but you have the exact, I know exactly what's happened. If you want to see what congressional Democrats wish to do to America, just look at the result of yesterday's election in New York, where their party installed a communist as the mayor of the largest city in the nation. Remember, I've said we will never have a socialist elected to any post in our country. I used to say that, and I was right. We skipped socialist and we put in a communist instead. That didn't work out too well. But as I've warned for many years, our opponents are hell-bent on turning America into a communist Cuba or socialist Venezuela, and you see what happened to those places. For generations, Miami has been a haven for those fleeing communist tyranny in South Africa. I mean, if you take a look at what's going on in parts of South Africa, look at South Africa, what's going on. Look at South America, what's going on. You know, I'm not going to, we have a G20 meeting in South Africa. South Africa shouldn't even be in the Gs anymore because what's happened there is bad. I'm not going. I told them I'm not going. I'm not going to represent our country there. It shouldn't be there. Take a look at what's happening in different parts of South America. Take a look at what's happening in different parts of the world. But now the Democrats are so extreme that Miami will soon be the refuge for those fleeing communism in New York City. They flee. They flee. Where do you live? New York City, but I'm trying to leave because I don't want to live in a communist regime. I hope it works out for New York. I love New York. I love New York. When I left New York for the White House, it was good, except we had, you know, the telltale signs of trouble because we had a guy named de Blasio. Do you ever hear of him as mayor? He goes down as probably the worst mayor in history. Then he went to Harvard to teach government. Do you believe it? They took de Blasio, and they took that mayor from Chicago, the woman The one that gets her hair done very expensively, right? Beautiful hair. She got beautiful, luxuriant hair. And they took her, and she's teaching at Harvard. They're teaching government. And then you hear about Harvard. We're trying to work a settlement with Harvard right now for about, like, a lot of money. I won't tell you what, but you'll be reading about it pretty soon. Because what they've done to Jewish people and what they've done to others is pretty bad, I'll tell you. It's pretty bad. Going to cost them a lot of money. After last night's results, the decision facing all Americans could not be more clear. We have a choice between communism and common sense. Does that make sense to you? Common sense. It's common sense or communism. And you know, you take a look back 1,000 years, it hasn't worked. If it worked, we'd be using it, I guess, but it hasn't worked. Our opponents are offering an economic nightmare. We're delivering an economic miracle. We have delivered in 9 months, this is the biggest investment of funds in a country in history by many times. That's good. They want higher spending for government and illegal aliens. We want bigger paychecks for American workers and American families, and that's what we're delivering. You see that. They stand for crime and chaos and corruption. We stand for law and order and justice. Also, strong borders. Boy, do we have strong borders. They put America last. We put America first. We put America first. And as long as I'm in the White House, the United States is not going communist in any way, shape, or form. We'll stop it. We're going to stop it. Stop this nonsense. You know, I said they were voting last night. You could have a communist or a thug. A communist, and they took the communist, you know. It's pretty amazing. We could have done a little better in terms of candidates. From day one of my administration, I've been fighting every single day to turn around the catastrophe we inherited to make America the best place on the planet Earth to do business. And that's what it is. Right now, we're the #1 place. I'm getting plants approved in 2 weeks. It used to take 20 years before they got rejected. You'd have young people start off. Their whole business was getting a certain plant accepted. 22 years later, they're ready to retire, and they haven't gotten it. And then they go to a vote, and they get rejected after 22. They wasted a whole life looking for an acceptance. We do it in 2 weeks. We make sure it's good. We make sure it's great and proper, environmentally sound. Takes 2 weeks. My goal is to have the best tax rates, the lowest energy cost, the lowest regulatory burden, the most advanced technology, and the fairest trade deals anywhere in the world. You know, we're leading China. We're leading everybody by a lot in AI. And this was my idea, so I'm very proud of it. I said, build your own electric. People would come. We need more electric grid, sir. The electric grid's 200 years old. We need more electric grid. It's old. The electricity that the AI plants need alone is double the entire electricity that we have in the country right now. Can you believe it? So I had this idea. I said, we can't fix the old grid that much. We'll fix it up. We'll keep it going. A little Band-Aid here, a little Band-Aid there. It's old. And I said, here's what we're going to do. We're going to let these geniuses build their own electric generation. So they are building their own electric utility plants. They become a utility, if you think about it. They're building the utility and the electric right alongside. This is where they have their transformers and everything. They're building the most expensive electric plants you've ever seen, generating plants, some by nuclear, some by oil and gas, some by coal as a substitute. They're building them right next to their plant, and they're incredible. People say they've never seen anything like it because these minds are genius. To them, an electric plant is not complicated. To them, an electric plant is better than the people that produce electricity, although Florida Power and Light is doing a lot of plants for people. They're pretty advanced, I have to tell you. But they're building their own juice next to the plant. Isn't that sort of a cool idea? And you know, when I first proposed that, they came into my office with, you know, they have unlimited money, but they were trying to figure out how they can build it because they had no electric of any consequence. And I said, you're going to build your own plant. I'm going to get you your approvals in 2 weeks, 3 weeks, maybe a month if I'm slow. We have a great man, Lee Zeldin, in charge of the environment. He's incredible. And he's tough, too. He's very tough. But they have their approval in 2-3 weeks. You know, they're dealing with the best experts in the world. They know what they're doing. It's amazing when you see some of the stuff come in, designed by guys with 190 IQs, and then you have an inspector who's not quite as smart as that, inspecting it to see whether or not it's okay, and he has no idea what he's looking at. No idea. But I said, you're designing your own electric plant, and they didn't believe it. They come in 2 weeks later, they say, the biggest problem is electric. I said, you can design your own plant, and we're going to have your approvals within 2 to 4 weeks. And they said, he's really serious about it. They thought I was kidding. It was so good, they couldn't believe it. They'd leave and they couldn't believe it. It took me 2 or 3 times to say it. Yeah, they're designing their own electric plants, and it's unbelievable. And then they're going to sell their excess electricity back into the grid. So we benefit in that way, too. In July, I proudly signed into law the largest tax cuts in American history. Now, that's the second time. I did it the first time, but these are even larger, the great, big, beautiful bill. And that includes no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security for our great seniors, no tax on Social Security. I wonder which is the most popular of the no tax on tips. You know, I was in Nevada, in my building in Las Vegas, and I had this beautiful young waitress come up to me. I never talk about beauty anymore because politically, if you mention somebody's beautiful, that's the end of your political career. So I don't mention that she was beautiful, but she was beautiful. And she came up and I said, how you doing? Oh, sir, I'm not doing well. The government is horrible on tips. I said, really? How do they tax? They tax tips? They tax us and they go after us. I've never seen anything like it. It's made my life miserable. Sir, there should be no tax on tips. She said to me, no tax on tips. I said, say it again. She said, sir, there should be no tax on tips. So we had a lot of the fake news waiting for me outside of the restaurant. So I went out, I said, ladies and gentlemen, I have an announcement to make. There will be no tax on tips. That's how it all started. And I won Nevada. I won Nevada. Because, you know, in Nevada, every job is basically, you know, you're a waitress or you're working in a hotel. No, that's how it started. So it was amazing. We won Nevada easily, which is usually not a stronghold for Republicans, but it's become a stronghold. So I want to thank the waitress. She did a great job. But when she said those words, sir, there should be no tax on tips, it's amazing. Somebody else would hire a consultant, pay them millions and millions of dollars. They'll come back. And they'll say, sir, I think you should absolutely tax tips. And you'll lose the election. But we also have 100% expensing for all new factories, plants, and equipment, so your businesses can write it off all in 1 year, and that's a lot of jobs you're doing and producing. That was, to me, the biggest thing in the first bill. But this is even better because this goes for a 10-year period. Upon taking office, I signed an executive order requiring that every new regulation, every time we issue a new regulation, think of this, 10 old regulations must be eliminated simultaneously. So if we give you one, you get rid of 10. And so far, for 9 months, we're exceeding that. And it's 30 to 1. For every new one we give, they're getting rid of 30 old, broken down regulations. And we've slashed nearly $1 trillion worth of regulatory burdens. We have regulations that are so old and nobody uses them, but they stymied a lot of production, a lot of jobs. And I did it the first time, and we had the largest regulation cuts in history, and now we're exceeding it this time. So it's big. It's one of the reasons we did so well then, and I think it's one of the reasons we're doing so well now. Again, we have to talk about it, because if we don't talk about it, nobody else, the fake news is not going to talk about it. And we have streamlined permitting for the new energy and mining projects. What used to take decades now takes 28 days. And on day one, I signed an executive order to unleash American energy and officially terminate the Green New Scam. Has anyone ever heard of the Green New Scam? Remember the old thing, global warming, and then it would be too cool? And then they said global cool. They didn't know what the hell to say. So they came up with the greatest, climate change. No matter what, if it goes up, if it goes down, climate change. They're very, very smart people, but not smart for us. They're smart for them. But my policy was very simple. Drill, baby, drill. We're drilling like crazy right now. And to curb inflation, we've slashed the size of government for the first time in years, and we're waging total war on waste, fraud, and abuse like we've never done before. Since January, 100,000 bureaucrats have left the federal payroll. Government spending is down 2.5% this quarter compared to 1 year ago. Think of that. And in stark contrast to last administration, 100% of all new jobs created in America under my administration have been created in the private sector. 100% of the jobs have come from the private sector. Otherwise, you don't have a country. I mean, I love government workers, but if you have all government workers, you don't have a country, do you? At the same time, my tariffs are bringing in hundreds of billions of dollars and are helping slash the deficit this year by more than 50%. Did you see the numbers? We're going to be down 50%, anywhere from 25 to 50, but closer to 50%. Who would think that one? Those are big numbers. Now, take that out 2 or 3 years. To embrace a vital industry here in Miami, I've also signed historic executive orders to end the federal government's war on crypto. Crypto is under siege. It's not under siege anymore because it's a big industry. It's a big industry, and I have a lot of people that are great people, great business people. They're in other businesses, but they're in crypto too. And it takes a lot of the pressure off the dollar. It does a lot of good things, but we're into it. Biden was vicious on crypto. They were going after these crypto guys. It was terrible. They were under indictment, but I got indicted too. I got indicted. I made a phone call. Congratulations on your victory. He made a phone call. Let's indict him. These people are the worst. Then they say, he's gone after Comey. They indicted me. They impeached me. They did everything. It's unbelievable. Who the hell else could have taken that? Do you guys know anybody else that could have taken it? I don't think so. A lot of people say, you're the only one could have taken that. I don't know if that's true, but there aren't too many. We're making the United States the Bitcoin superpower, the crypto capital of the world, and the undisputed leader in artificial intelligence. We're leading China by a lot. Don't forget, if we don't do the crypto properly, China wants to do it. They're starting it, but they want to do it. Other countries want to do it. If we don't do it, it's a big industry. We're honored to be joined today by a man who has been a true champion for many of these bold policies. He really has. He's been a great guy. He was a little late in his endorsement of me, I'll be honest with you. He endorsed me. You know, these guys that endorsed me after I won, I don't know. Sir, I'd like to endorse you. No, I won the election. Nah, he's a good man, actually. I've known him a long time. He's helped turn the area into one of the hottest markets in the country and one of the greatest cities in the world. Miami Mayor Francis Suarez. Please, Francis, come up, please.
You're never gonna let me forget that one, huh? Thank you, my brother. Thank you, Mr. President. Just a little short of it. Oh, it's truly a great honor to be here with you this afternoon and to have you here once again in the great city of Miami. Your leadership and your vision have shaped not only our nation, but also the future of our city. Miami's success today is rooted in the values that are deeply American: opportunity, freedom, safety, and innovation. These are values that you have championed with conviction, and they are the same values that have made Miami a symbol of what's possible. When people believe in the promise of America, Mr. President, I want to personally thank you for your continued support of our vision for this city. It was an honor to stand beside you in the Oval Office when you announced the next year's G20 right here in the city of Miami. Thank you for choosing our city to host what is perhaps the most important and consequential gathering of leaders from around the world. Miami has come a long way, and we will rise to the occasion, Mr. President. On behalf of the people of Miami, it is my privilege and honor here on behalf of my wife, the America Business Forum, Nacho, Sergio, and everyone to give you like real estate, right? I do. Yeah. This is a key that opens some really nice presidential library real estate.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Francis. I appreciate it. And you know, he's really a special guy. I'm going to take this, I'm going to put it in the White House, and then I'm going to move it to Doral in about 3.5 years. We put it right in Doral, right? In the lobby of Doral. A lot of people from Doral. Well, thank you. That's a great honor. I also want to thank a man who's been unbelievable in terms of Israel and so many other things. He was a great real estate developer. He had a great personality, and you need a personality for this. And I said, he's just as good as there is, and he's done so well. And you look at what's happened with Israel. We have peace in the Middle East. Can you believe it? Peace in the Middle East. And he's special envoy Steve Witkoff. Steve, where are you, Steve? Wherever you may be. Where are you? Steve, thank you. What a job you've done. Thank you very much. What a job he's done. That guy's got that personality. Now, I wanted a deal maker, but, you know, a lot of deal makers don't have good personalities. You end up in a war. They make the deal, but you end up in a war. This guy, everybody loved him for years. I've known it. And he was the right guy for the job. Peace in the Middle East. 3,000 years. They've never had peace in the Middle East. We're going to have it, too. We're doing well. Just keeps going along, and we just had a meeting. It's even more and more so, and so many people in this room are very much into Israel and the Middle East, and it's been amazing what we've been able to do, and you've done such a big part of it, along with a very special young genius named Jared Kushner, who helped you so much. Stand up, Jared. And he's the father of the Abraham Accords, right? He's the father of the Abraham Accords. And by the way, my granddaughter, Arabella, would you stand up, Arabella? She looks so great. I said, how are your marks in school, Arabella? Grandpa, I have all A's and A pluses, you know that. Like it was a stupid question I asked her, right? We're proud of you, Arabella. Jared, thank you. What a great job. And we have a lot of people joining now the Abraham Accords. And hopefully we're going to get Saudi Arabia very soon, but I'm not saying that. I'm not lobbying. No, but we have a lot of people. We have a lot of people that are coming aboard. You know, the key was when we took out the nuclear capability of Iran, all of a sudden everybody said, wow, that was nice. They've been wanting to do that for 20 years. Saudi Arabia's ambassador to the United States, Princess Rima, thank you very much. Please stand up. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Say hello to everybody. Okay? Say hello to a great group of people in Saudi Arabia. Thank you. Stephen Miner, Mayor of Miami Beach. Stephen Miner. Where is Stephen? Thank you, Stephen. Thank you. Good job you're doing. Excellent. Thank you, Stephen. The Mayor of Coral Gables, Vince Lago. Vince Lago, thank you. Thank you. Great job, Vince. The Mayor of Doral, I love Doral, and I like this woman a lot, Christy Fraga. Christy. Where's Christy? Thank you, Christy. I like Doral. We also have Commissioners Damian Pardo, Laura Dominguez, Ralph Rosado, Miami-Dade Supervisor of Elections, Alina Garcia, the President of FIFA, Gianni Infantino. FIFA, where's Johnny? Whoa, Johnny, my boy. I didn't know he was going to be here. He's big stuff. And the world, look, you know, Johnny and I worked the deal originally, and it looked like I wasn't going to be president because it was in this term, right? So when they rigged the election, I said, oh, man, I have to run again because I want to be president when they have the World Cup, right? And look what happens, Johnny. I'm president when we have the World Cup. It wasn't supposed to be that way. But I can only tell you that the tickets are selling at numbers and record like they've never sold ever before. I heard you just told me that they're doing record business, right? The way you had the World Cup coming, think of it, we have the World Cup coming, we have 250 coming, and we have the Olympics. 250 is 250 years of age. And we have UFC at the White House, by the way, on June 14th. That's going to be at the White House. That's going to be a tough ticket. That's UFC, but we have, think of it, Johnny is there with FIFA, and we have the Olympics. We have it all coming. It's all this thing. I'm glad I'm sort of happy the way things worked out, you know? It's turned out to be as good as it could be. I think we've made more progress than we ever could have made in the second term. I think this is really more progress being made. We also have Formula One CEO Stefano Domenicali, and where's Stefano? Very good. That's big stuff. We have a lot of big people here today. We also have a gentleman who called my election successfully. He said, and Donald Trump will be the next president of the United States. Got a great voice. Brett Baer. Where's Brett Baer? Brett Baer. Where is he? And his son is with him, Paul. Paul's a very good golfer, so is Brett. Thank you, Brett. He's doing an interview with me right after the... Oh, is that Paul? Stand up, Paul. Paul, did we take your father easily in golf? Tell me, huh? That was easy, right? Get ready. We'll do it again. Thank you very much, Paul. You look great. Also, I want to thank your two great senators, Ashley Moody and Rick Scott. And, you know, I just left them. Believe it or not, I had a meeting with all the senators this morning. I gave them my vision because, frankly, it's always nice to have good vision. And they are two terrific senators, and they're in Washington working hard, and they were going to come. And I said, do me a favor, stay back and work on the things you're working on. They're working on really things. And Ashley is in the election. Rick just won his election. They're two great senators that you have right here in Florida. So that's really good. And they're working to make America great again. So I said, stay back in Washington. Together with many of the people here today, we've achieved more in 9 months than most administrations achieve in 8 years. It's true. We've really done a lot. We inherited the worst border in history, and within a matter of weeks, we turned it into the strongest border anywhere in the world, and they have some pretty strong borders, but we have literally no people coming through. They do come in. They come in legally. You know, we want people to come in. We want to make it real easy for them, actually, but they come in legally. So you have to know that. We just don't want criminals coming in. We don't want people from prisons. We don't want prisons dumped into our country like Venezuela did. They emptied their prisons into our country. We don't want that, right? For months in a row, 0 illegal aliens have been admitted into the United States. 0. They actually announced it. This is an official 0. Remember when Biden said, I have no control over the border? Millions of people pouring through, not people that you could look at them, not that we discriminate. You could look at them and say, these are not going to be perfect for our country. They were rough people that they let in. They had 11,888 murderers, 50% of which murdered more than one people. We don't want them. We're getting a lot of them out. Hopefully, we're going to soon have all of them the hell out of here. Either out of here or we have to put them in jail because they're so dangerous. Some are so dangerous, we don't want to bring them out. We'll just make sure they never come back in. But this is what they were putting in our country, and it's a disgrace. On day one, I signed an executive order to designate the drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. We had a big, strong, positive number come out just recently. The drugs coming into our country are way down. I'll tell you where they're really way down is drugs coming in through water. People are saying, no thanks. I don't think I want to ride in that boat today, please. We want you to take these drugs into the United States. You know what? I think I'll take a pass, sir. The drugs coming in by border are not much. Every boat that we hit kills, think of this, if it gets through, kills 25,000 Americans plus, but 25,000 Americans. Every time we hit a boat, we save 25,000 lives. Got to look at it that way. And we're arresting and removing thousands and thousands of dangerous gang members, MS-13, Tren de Aragua, all these gang members are being thrown the hell out of our country. And if you look at Washington, D.C., it's now a safe community. We're in Memphis now, and within 2 weeks, all of a sudden, it's like a safe community. It's really made unbelievable progress. And we're blowing up cartel terrorists. We're blowing them up linked to the Maduro regime in Venezuela and others. Look, it's not just Venezuela. But a lot of things are coming in. Look, Venezuela emptied their prisons into our country. Nobody wants that. They emptied their prisons into our country. We're liberating our cities from the scourge of violent crime, making our country safe and beautiful again. We're starting in our capital, Washington, D.C., which right now you can walk through the middle of Washington. You have no problem. 6 months ago, that wasn't the case. 1 year ago, it was a disaster. But law enforcement, our military has done an incredible job, actually. It's a safe, very, very safe city again. And it's been beautified. We're putting new medians in. We're covering the roads with nice, clean, beautiful asphalt. We're redoing the grass in the parks. It's really becoming beautiful again, and it's safe. We don't get calls that, think of it, call to the parents, your son, sir, has been killed. He came to see the Lincoln Memorial, and he's dead. No, that's not happening anymore. We run it tough. We run it very tough. Sometimes you have to be a little tough to get rid of. These are thugs. These are bad people. We're bringing them the hell out of our country where they came from. We renamed the Department of Defense to the Department of War. And well, if you think about it, after the Second World War, they changed it to defense, right? So we won the First World War. We won the Second World War. We won everything in between and everything before. Never lost a war. We still don't lose wars. Sometimes we don't fight to win. You know, we'll stay around the country for 15 years, just bomb the hell out of everybody, make everybody miserable. Nobody knows why we're there, you know, the wars that never end. But we made it clear that the days of political correctness in our military, they're over. We don't want to get into wars. I rebuilt the military. We have the strongest military by far in the world. We make the best equipment, the best missiles, the best rockets, the best everything. We redid our nuclear. We're the #1 nuclear power, which I hate to admit because it's so horrible. It's such a horrible situation if it ever has to be used. Russia's second. China's a distant third, but they'll catch us within 4 or 5 years. They want to catch us, and they'll be able to catch us. And we're maybe working on a plan to denuclearize the three of us, so we'll see if that works. But we have the strongest military anywhere in the world by far. We're investing $1 trillion in the United States Armed Forces this year. It's the biggest amount we've ever invested, and the spirit of service members is soaring like never before. We used to have recruiting shortages a year ago. You remember, you couldn't get people to join our military all around the world. You couldn't get them to rejoin. You just couldn't, no matter what you do. That we were way short. Now you can't get into our military. The waiting list, you have waiting lists to get into our military because we have spirit in our country. And all around the world, America is making peace, and we're really making peace through strength because they know they're not going to mess around with us. Nobody's going to mess around with us. You saw what happened. We made a deal with China last week, and we made a deal with Japan last week. We made a deal with Malaysia. They helped us so much. All great economic deals, all great. Great for everybody. In 8 months, I ended 8 wars, including Kosovo and Serbia, the Congo and Rwanda. That was going on for a long time. Pakistan and India. You know, I was in the midst of a trade deal with both of them. And then I read on the front page of a certain newspaper, I said, I don't want to mention the newspaper because it's usually fake news, but I heard they're going to war. 7 planes were shot down. An 8th was really badly wounded. But 8 planes were shot down, essentially. And I said, this is war. And they were going at it. And they're 2 nuclear nations. I said, I'm not going to make any trade deals with you guys unless you agree to peace. No way, this has nothing to do. I said, it has everything to do. Your nuclear powers. I'm not trading with you. We're not making any deals with you if you're at war with each other. A day later, I get a call. We've made peace. They stopped. I said, thank you, let's trade. Isn't that great? Tariffs did that. You know what? Tariffs. Without tariffs, that would have never happened. Israel and Iran, Egypt and Ethiopia, Armenia and Azerbaijan, and Cambodia and Thailand. All of them were in war, starting war. Some of the wars were 32 years old. One was 38 years old. Amazing. They tried to, President Putin, I spoke to him 2 weeks ago, and he said, on the one, he said, we've been trying to settle that war for 10 years. We weren't able to do it. You got to settle. I got some of these things settled in an hour. No help from the United Nations at all. The only thing I got from them was a blank teleprompter. Remember I went up there, Princess? Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the United States of America, President Donald J. Trump, I'm looking at the teleprompters, and I have all my friends, including your family, sitting out there, 158 leaders, some in beautiful silk white robes, others in bad shirts, bad ties, and some in beautiful shirts and ties. But they're all the leaders, 158 leaders. And they're saying, President, and I'm walking up to the President Donald J. Trump, and I'm looking at the teleprompter, stone cold blank. They did it on purpose. And I think I gave my best speech. That's what I was told. But it still wasn't a great feeling. I'm walking up very slowly. You know, I'm 20 feet. I'm trying to walk slowly because I see it's not working. They're dead. They did it on purpose. But it worked out okay. Not great people. Most important of all, for 4 weeks ago, and this is very important, we brokered the historic peace deal that ended the war in Gaza. And it's a serious end, too. You know, I read a lot of people, well, it's very tenuous. Jared and Steve, I don't think it's tenuous. Do you? I hope it isn't, because otherwise I'll have to cross it off. I'll have to say I only ended 7. But that was a tough one, right? That was a tough one. But there's nothing tenuous about it. It's a serious end. Gaza has been a disaster for so many years, and I think it's an end. I think you're going to see some tremendous things happening. We just had a meeting just before I got up, and some great things are happening. And with Israel and peace in the Middle East, it's amazing, actually, what they've done. And what you two guys have done have been incredible. True. On day 1 of my administration, I signed an executive order to slash federal funding for any school that pushes critical race theory or transgender insanity on our youth. And we completely banned the chemical and surgical mutilation of our children. Think of that. Can you imagine somebody 15 years ago saying we stopped the surgical mutilation of our children? We stopped the chemical mutilation of our children. Can you imagine that? They would have said, this guy's crazy. And now you're saying, thank you very much, because you know it's true. How about this one? We got men out of women's sports. It's over. It's over. Men out of women's sports. They had a race the other day, long distance, a super, I don't know what the hell, a race, one of these all-day races. They had the top women, the top men. The man won by 5 hours and 18 seconds, okay? What the hell? How about the weightlifting? 218 pounds by women. That's a lot to lift over your head, Rima. I don't know if you might be able to do it. 218 pounds or whatever was the record. A man beat the record by 100 pounds. It stood for like 17 years or something. A man beat the record by 100 pounds. He was a failed male weightlifter, but as a female, he did very well. That's a record that won't. This is a thing that stood. They'd put a quarter of an ounce and a quarter of an ounce on each head. 18 years the record stood. Then a guy comes along, ping, ping. This is the crazy. These people are crazy. And Mandami, whatever the hell his name is in New York. No. He thinks it's wonderful to have men playing in women's sports. The swimming's good, too, you know? You know the story? Records are being beaten by numbers that nobody's ever seen, nobody ever thought possible. But a lot of those records are being changed back to where they should be. And I made it the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female. And we're restoring the name of a great president, William McKinley, to Mount McKinley, the beautiful Alaska mountain I renamed. Think of that. They took the name of McKinley. He was a great president. He was assassinated. He was a great president for tariffs. He was the tariff king, and he made our country very rich. And then Teddy Roosevelt spent the money on the Panama Canal and many other things. And everyone thinks Teddy was a great president. He was. But the one who built all that money was McKinley. So we renamed the mountain back to Mount McKinley. Is that okay? I think so. You know, I'll tell you what, who's happy about that is the great state of Ohio. He was governor of Ohio and became president, did a great job, made the country very rich. He was killed. Mount McKinley was named, and then the name was taken off. And we put it back on. And I renamed the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. That was an easy one. That was an easy one, Johnny. That was easy. You know, I looked, we have 92% of the shore. I used to say when I was a child, I'd say, how come it's called the Gulf of Mexico? It's mostly America. You know, all the way, it wraps around Florida, all the way up. It's 92% of the shoreline. I said, I think to me it's the Gulf of America. Little did I know I'd have the chance to do it. I did it very quickly. For years, our country was run by radical scoundrels and far-left bureaucrats who created one catastrophe after another, wrecking our economy, erasing our borders, and surrendering America's power and standing all over the world. But after just 1 year since that glorious election, I'm thrilled to say that America is back. America is back. Bigger, better, stronger than ever. And in conclusion, jobs are returning, businesses are booming, and America is respected again, perhaps like never before. Our country is respected again like never. They were laughing at our country. We had a guy who couldn't walk up a flight of stairs, kept falling. It's very embarrassing. You know, at Air Force One, I go, sir, would you like the short stairs or the long? I say, give me the long every single time, please. The short ones, they call them the children's stairs. I don't want the children's stairs. Doesn't look so good coming out of the children's stairs. Now, if the weather's bad, it's okay, right? If you don't mind. But the communists, Marxists, socialists, and globalists had their chance, and they delivered nothing but disaster. And now let's see how a communist does in New York. We're going to see how that works out. And we'll help them. We'll help them. We want New York to be successful. We'll help them a little bit, maybe. For all of these failed and discredited, really discredited if you think, ideologies of the past, their day is over, their grip is broken, and their time is absolutely done. The golden age of America has begun, and we are just getting started. It's a golden age like you've never seen before. From the steel mills of Pittsburgh to the oil wells of Houston, from the car plants of Detroit, and those car plants are pouring into our country, to the coal mines of West Virginia. Those coal mines are opening up one after another. Clean, beautiful coal. You're not allowed to use the word coal unless you say, in my administration, unless you use two words before it. Clean and beautiful. Biden would say, unless you use two words before it, here you go, clean. He said, what happened to the other word? Remember those things? He'd say three words and mean two. But the West Virginia mines are doing unbelievable now. Wyoming is doing unbelievable. It's clean, beautiful coal. And from the bright lights of Las Vegas to right here in beautiful Miami, America is proud. America is confident. America is growing and successful. America is a great nation again. We're a great nation again. It's happened faster than I thought. I'll be honest. Again, we're respected by everybody. We are really, you see the way I get treated. I get treated that way. I guess a little has to do with me, but a lot has to do with the fact that I'm representing this country. America is respected again. America is a great nation again. The American dream is surging back to life, and we will never let the American dream die. Together we will make our country stronger, richer, safer, freer, and greater than ever before. And every day my administration will fight, 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 and America will win, win, win. I want to thank you, Miami. I want to thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank everybody for being here. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That was quite a formal entrance. I thought we were just going to sit down and talk a little bit. We talk about exactly 1 year ago we had that big, beautiful victory. Exactly 1 year. And last night it was, not expected to be a victory. It was very Democrat areas, but I don't think it was good for Republicans. I don't think it was good. I'm not sure it was good for anybody. But we had an interesting evening, and we learned a lot. And we're going to talk about that, and I'll say a few remarks, and then after that I'll ask the press to leave. The press has been very, very nice to us the last couple of months. They were great to us in terms of the foreign visits with China, Japan, South Korea, Malaysia, and they were actually terrific. So I want to thank you for that. I'm sure you'll get back to your normal ways soon. But we did a great job over in China. And we've done a great job in turning off wars. We stopped 8 wars. And we have 1 to go, as you probably know, and that'll get stopped also. But we've done a great job, so it's really been an honor to do it, and I did it with many of the people in this room. Every one of you I know, and every one of you I like. I like our leaders. I like everybody. But I thought we'd have a discussion after the press leaves about what last night represented, and what we should do about it, and also about the shutdown and how that relates to last night. I think if you read the pollsters, the shutdown was a big factor, negative for the Republicans. and that was a big factor. And they say that I wasn't on the ballot was the biggest factor, but I don't know about that. But I was honored that they said that. And I just want to thank everybody for being here, and a very special thanks to Vice President J.D. Vance, who's doing a terrific job. J.D., thank you very much. As well as the Senate leadership team that has been working very hard, working really, I will tell you, nobody's working any harder representing the American people, including Senator John Thune. John, thank you. Great job. Senator John Barrasso. John, thank you very much. Senator Tom Cotton, wherever you may be. Tom, thank you. Thank you, Tom. Thank you. Senator Shelley Moore Capito, who's been very involved. Thank you, Shelley. Senator James Lankford from one of my favorite states, 77 out of 77. I always say 77 out of 77. Reagan was 56. That was the record. We got every one of them. Thank you, James. And a fantastic friend of mine and an incredible advocate during the election a year ago, Tim Scott. Thank you, Tim. So as you know, we are in the midst of a disastrous Democrat-created government shutdown, and it is Democrat-created, but I don't think they're getting really the blame that they should. That's now officially the longest shutdown in American history. The Democrat radicals in the Senate have shown zero interest in reopening the government, and I don't think they'll act so soon. A lot of people disagree. I've been saying for the last 30 days, we've had 4 or 5 different points. Yes, sir, they're going to get it right now. We should have it done in a day. I've heard that about 4 times. I heard it after Kings. You know, they said I was a king. And I heard it after Kings. I heard it after a couple of other moments in time. And I said, no, I don't believe so. And now I heard it's after the election. I don't believe so. I think they will. I think they're kamikaze pilots. I just got back from Japan. I talked about the kamikaze pilots. I think these guys are kamikaze. They'll take down the country if they have to. So I don't think so. Millions of Americans are going to be without SNAP benefits. And I will say about SNAP benefits, so when I was president, we had $7 billion worth, and now they have many times that, because these benefits were given to anybody that asked, and they're up to, I hear, just many times, $47 billion. So it wasn't the purpose of SNAP. It was for people that really had problems, down and out, people that really had problems. But during Biden, they gave it to anybody that wanted it. I think it's something you have to talk about because the numbers are incredible. But countless public servants are now not being paid, and the air traffic control system is under increasing strain. We must get the government back open soon, and really immediately. We have to get it up. We have the hottest economy we've ever had, and it's affecting the stock market now a little bit. But the stock market, as of Friday, has hit many record highs during the last 9 months, many. And it will again. This is just the beginning, because when these plants that are being built right now start opening up, we've never had anything like this. There's a boom. There's a construction boom right now, but that's going to be bigger than that. That's going to be an economic boom as soon as they open up, and it's going to be something special. We have car companies coming in. When I was in Japan, Toyota, Mr. Toyota, I said, "What's your name?" "Toyota." I said, "Oh, you're rich." They said, "How much of the company do you own?" 92.1%. I said, "I'm glad you said the one." He wants to be. I said, "You're a rich guy." And he said, "I'm investing $10 billion in the U.S." And you know who I'm talking about, right? You introduced me, Mr. Senator. You introduced me originally when you were the ambassador to Japan. He's still good. He's still strong. But he had no interest in investing in this country. Now he's investing $10 billion as of 1 week ago in building new plants. We have auto plants coming in incredibly, but we have AI and all of them. And we can't be extorted to give $1.5 trillion to people that came into the country illegally, many from prisons, many drug dealers. A lot of people came in from mental institutions. They want to give a lot of money to the people that came in illegally. We have to get them out. We can't. No country can sustain that. That's not like an attack on our country. In no country, these are not going to be productive people. These are going to be anti-productive people. and we can be all have big hearts. I have a bigger heart than anybody, but we can't let that happen. It's time for Republicans to do what they have to do, and that's terminate the filibuster. It's the only way you can do it. And if you don't terminate the filibuster, you'll be in bad shape. We won't pass any legislation. There'll be no legislation passed for 3.25. We have 3.25 years, so that's a long time. But when they can't do an extension, and John, I think they've done an extension every single time they've ever been asked forever. This is the first time they haven't done an extension. Extensions are supposed to be easy, but if they won't do an extension, they won't do any bill, even a simple bill. And we should do our own bills. We should get out. We should do our own bills. We should open up. We should start tonight with the country's open. Congratulations. Then we should pass voter ID. We should pass no mail-in voting. We should pass all the things that we want to pass, make our elections secure and safe, because California is a disaster. Many of the states are disasters. But can you imagine when they vote almost unanimously against voter ID? All we want is voter ID. You go to a grocery store, you have to give ID. You go to a gas station, you give ID. But for voting, they want no voter ID. That's only for one reason, because they cheat. We would pass that in 15 minutes. If you don't get it, you'll never pass that. You'll never talk about mail-in ballots. Mail-in ballots make it automatically corrupt. If you have mail-in ballots, automatically it's correct. Even Jimmy Carter, they had the Carter Commission after he got out of office, and he had a group of very distinguished people, Democrats and Republicans, and they passed, they recommended things take place. It was a long time ago. And they said about mail-in ballots, if there is mail-in ballots, there will definitely be corruption, because, you know, they pass through too many hands. I mean, you go in to vote, and they want your card. Even me, I went into Palm Beach. You go in to vote, they want your card, you're this, you're that. They say, I'm sorry to do this, sir, but I have to look at your identification. I said, that's all right. I love that. But, you know, you're really not going to get away with much. It was very, very professional and very good, the way it's supposed to be. But these people don't want that. They have legislation in California where it's illegal to ask somebody for voter ID. If you ask somebody for voter ID, if you're an official, and you say, I'd like to see your voter ID, they can arrest you, okay? They can arrest you because they want to cheat, and they get away with it, and the Republicans let them get away with it, and we won't do that if we have the filibuster. So we're going to talk about that a little bit, and we're going to see if we can sway, because I know we have a lot of, not a lot, I'd say half feel this way, maybe a little bit less than half, and it's time to have a really good talk. If I thought that they weren't going to pass the filibuster, I wouldn't even bring it up. They're going to pass it within the first hour. If they take power, and it's more likely that they take power if we don't do it, because we're not going to be passing any legislation. They're not going to approve anything. We're going to go 3.25 years. There won't be one bill that we're going to pass, because the easiest thing to pass is exactly right now what they won't pass. And they'll do that, and they'll wreak havoc. But let's assume they get in. They're doing it anyway, so it wouldn't matter. They're doing it anyway. And, you know, I have a case where I have great U.S. attorneys that can't be approved because of the blue slips. The blue slips, I think you should terminate blue slips, too. It's a mental termination because it's really a custom. But if you have a Democrat senator or two is bad, but it doesn't make any difference. If you have one senator writes a negative letter on some great U.S. attorney, we had it in Manhattan, Southern District, Jay Clayton, one of the most respected lawyers in the whole country, by far, one of the most respected, and couldn't get approved. The courts approved him. The courts couldn't believe it. They did it like instantly. He went to the best schools, got the best marks, top of his class. Everything was perfect. I mean, he was led the perfect life. Went to Sullivan and Cromwell. Almost immediately became the head of Sullivan and Cromwell. You know, the most prestigious law firm, I would say, in the country, just about. Whether it's Sullivan or two or three I could name, but Sullivan, I would say, really, maybe number one. He was the head of Sullivan and Cromwell for like 20 years. He went to the SEC, was flawless. He did it for me. He was the SEC chairman. He was flawless. Then he went to Apollo, where he was the chairman of Apollo, and it was flawless. Everything went good. The stock went through the roof and everything. I asked him to go to the Southern District, and he said, I'll do what you'd like to do, sir. This is a very high-quality person. But he couldn't get approval from Schumer. Schumer didn't approve him. The best student, the best schools, everything. He's like flawless. And the courts actually said, you're not approving Jay Clayton, right, Lindsey? You heard this. The courts actually interceded, and they approved him. But that's an unusual guy. We have other people that are really good, but people don't know how good, top students, top colleges, and they're U.S. attorneys, and they won't be approved. They're not going to be approved. We have one in Los Angeles who's phenomenal, but no, the senators, the Democrats are, again, they're kamikazes. The Democrats are not going to approve them. Blue slips are a disaster. So the only people I can get approved are Democrats. I was told that by the Democrats. We'll only approve Democrats. I said, really, is that right? Well, not going to work that way. Not going to work that way with me. But the blue slips are a total disaster. I have 10 people right now that are doing a phenomenal job, and they will be out of office pretty soon. They've got another 2-3 weeks, a couple of them, and then they're going to have to leave. And it's actually a blight on their record because, nobody knows why they left. But it looks like they served 8 weeks and then they had to leave. But they're not going to get the approval because the Democrat, radical left lunatic senators are saying you can't, we're not going to approve you. And if we're not going to approve you, I had actually one Republican who got 2 great letters, but it turned out that he was a rhino, but that was a nice term for him. Now, he got 2 letters of approval, and when I said 2 Democrats approved him, I had to fire him because I figured if 2 Democrats approved him, they wrote the most beautiful letters. I found out, man, this is strange, and he was no good. I fired him. He was really not much of a Republican. The recommendation of that one wasn't such a good recommendation. Someday I'll tell you who recommended him, but it wasn't exactly the best. But when I saw when I saw the 2 senators from Virginia gave him glowing marks, Tim, I said, let me see this. I read the most beautiful letters I've ever seen. I said, I called him up. I said, sorry, you're fired. Get the hell out of here. And but it's a horrible thing. Blue slips is a horrible thing because I have the right to pick judges and I have the right to pick U.S. attorneys, and this takes away the right from me. And I think we're going to go to court on it, and we'll see what happens in court. But it gives the president, it takes away the right of the president to pick people to serve on the court and to serve as U.S. attorneys, which is very important. But the biggest thing is the filibuster. We have to get the country going. We will pass legislation at levels you've never seen before, and it'll be impossible to beat us. By the way, if they do, they'll do it anyway, and they are going to immediately do the filibuster. And when they do the filibuster, they're going to pack the court. They want at least five justices. Now I hear it's up to 5. I actually heard up to 7 and up to 9, okay? They want new judges. They want to pack the court, and they will do it in the first day, maybe the week. Maybe they'll slow it down because there's no reason to rush. But they'll do it first week. They'll vote on this. And I have friends over there that are Democrats. I'm close to a lot of people. And I asked them about that because some people say, well, maybe they won't do that. I mean, they destroyed the career of Manchin and Sinema, and they got them out. They were the only objectors. Nobody else is going to object. They're going to do it the first day. They're going to pack the court. They're going to make D.C. a state, and they're going to make Puerto Rico a state. So now they pick up 2 states. They pick up 4 senators, okay? You think you have problems? They're going to do all of the things. They're going to pick up electoral votes. It's going to be a very, very bad situation. And it's done. It's done. As soon as they attain power. Now, if we do what I'm saying, they'll most likely never attain power because we will have passed every single thing that you can imagine that it's good and all good for the country. And there'll be no reason to. If we don't do that, people will say they're not doing much and they're in power. So the good news is we did the great, big, beautiful bill, and it's the greatest thing we could have done. And the smartest thing with John and our Speaker of the House, who's so good, Mike Johnson, we did all in one bill. If we didn't, John, it would be a problem because, we would have gotten a small piece passed. A lot of people wanted to do that. A lot of people in the room wanted to do that. They went along with me and John and everybody, and we got this thing passed. Honestly, it's 4 years' worth of goodies. No tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on, think of it, no tax on overtime. It's an unbelievable tax cut for the workers and for business, where business is going to create jobs, and we're creating jobs at levels that nobody's ever seen before. All these things are good. We have to be able to get the word out. If we don't get the word out, we're making a very big mistake. So I have this long, beautiful, and very boring speech. I won't bother reading it, but because we can just start talking. And I think it's very important. We have to get the country open, and the way we're going to do it this afternoon is to terminate the filibuster. And it's possible you're not going to do that, and I'm going to go by your wishes. You're very smart people. We're good friends, but I think it's a tremendous mistake. It would be a tragic mistake, actually. It's time. It's time. If I thought they weren't going to approve, I'd sort of be with you. I'd be fine. I'd be neutral to with you. But knowing that they're going to pass it as soon as they get any semblance of control, they'll pass it first thing, then it's like we have to do it first. And we have 2 years, and we'll end up with 2-3 years, and we'll have this country so perfect. We will have passed more legislation than any Congress and any group of senators or a group of congressmen. And we will get it through. They'll send it to us. We'll send it to them. It'll be a beautiful machine. Otherwise, we're just going to sit around and argue with these people all day long. And they're highly unrealistic, highly unrealistic. Many of them are radical left subversives, frankly. So I want to thank everybody. And we're going to talk. And I want to thank the press for treating us so really well for that foreign trip. It was we had just an amazing meeting. Don't forget, 2 months ago, it looked like the whole world was in trouble over rare earth. And that's no longer even a subject that people talk about. It was all worked out very quickly. Without tariffs, I couldn't have done it. I put a 100% tariff on China. As soon as I heard it, within 20 minutes, I put a 100% tariff on China, on President Xi, who's really a friend of mine, as much as he can be a friend. He's a tough man. He's a tough man. Smart man, actually. Very smart. The press doesn't like it when I call him very smart. You know, they think I'm not supposed to call him smart. But he leads 1.4 billion people without question. In fact, during the meeting, we were there. A couple of you were there, and some of you saw it. So he's here, and he's got about 6 people on each side. And every one of those people was standing like this. They were at attention. And I made a comment to one of them, and I got no response. I said, "Are you going to answer me?" I got no response. And President Xi didn't let him have any. So if there's any question, I said, I want my cabinet to behave like that. That's the way. I'm demanding that I want them sitting up like that, Tim, just nice and straight. I never saw posture like that. I've never seen men so scared in their lives. They have the equivalent of a vice president. He was, I said, "Are you going to answer my question?" And he's like, he doesn't move. I said, "What's wrong with this guy?" "I will answer all questions." Why don't you behave like that? JD doesn't behave like that. JD buds into conversations. I want to have that for at least a couple of days, okay, JD? We'll keep you long term, but a couple of days of that would be very, very nice. Okay, I want to thank you, and we'll talk a little bit. And I see they set me up with a podium. I thought I'd just be sitting, but it's probably easier. I want to thank you all very much. Thank you to the press, and you can go, and we'll speak to you later. Thank you. I'm going to Miami to make a speech today at a big group, and we have a nice big crowd, and we'll see you there. A lot of you are traveling down with me. Thank you very much.
Senate will come to order. Chaplain Dr. Black will open the Senate with prayer.
Let us pray. Eternal God, thank you for not leaving us alone in a challenging world. You remain our refuge in every storm. As our lawmakers commit this day to you, help them to navigate through the turbulence of this government shutdown. May your Spirit control their minds, guiding them by the light of your truth. Lord, inspire them to live worthy of the price you paid for their redemption, making them humble, patient, and kind. Be the resource they need to be faithful stewards of your unfolding providence. We pray in your powerful name. Amen.
Will you please join me in the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Under the previous order, leadership time reserved. Under the previous order, the Senate will be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Mr. President,
The senator from Iowa.
thank you. I came to the floor of the Senate earlier this year warning my colleagues that the leader of one of the subdivisions within the country of Bosnia and Herzegovina, Mr. Dodik, was ignoring rulings by the national level Bosnia court. He was threatening to have half the country secede, which of course dredged up memories we should never forget about the war and the genocide in those countries in the 1990s, in which many Bosnia Iowans lost family. Well, I'm glad that he has since complied with the court ruling by stepping down from his position as leader of the RS entity and walked back some of his destabilizing actions. In return, the United States has dropped sanctions against Mr. Dodik and his family. Now, I'm all for rewarding this good behavior, but there are very good reasons to believe that Mr. Dodik has not seen the errors of his ways. Mr. Dodik since falsely alleged that he was still the rightful president of RS, questions whether Bosnia and Herzegovina should continue to exist, and can you believe this? He was photographed embracing Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov in Belarus. Mr. Dodik should be on notice then that the United States is watching to see that he stays on the straight and narrow that he wants us to believe that he is on. I can assure you that this senator will be on the lookout for any destabilizing actions that threaten the peace in Bosnia. And I will work with the Trump administration to make sure that all actors in the region respect the Dayton Peace Accords that ended the violence and genocide that took place in 1995. I yield the floor to Jesse Epstein.
Clerk, call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
HR 5371.
Clerk, report.
Motion to proceed to calendar 168, HR 5371, an act making continuing appropriations and extensions for fiscal year 2026 and for other purposes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, can this be over now? Have the American people suffered enough? Or do Democrats need more? Democrats have snarled air traffic, they've damaged small businesses, they've left federal workers in line at food banks, they've jeopardized food assistance. Food assistance, Mr. President, for 40 million Americans. Are they satisfied now? Or does the far left want more? Surely Democrats have hit enough milestones. The election is over. Democrats now have the extremely dubious honor of being responsible for the longest government shutdown in American history. So the question is, Mr. President, can the American people get a break now? Democrats should be embarrassed. Embarrassed that federal workers are lining up at food banks and missing bills and in danger of losing homes or cars because Democrats can't summon enough members to support a clean, nonpartisan funding resolution. That's right, Mr. President, a clean, nonpartisan funding bill sitting right here at the Senate desk. We've not asked Democrats to support a single new Republican policy. We haven't asked them to support a single partisan policy rider. We simply asked them to extend current funding levels for a few weeks so that we could have time to do bipartisan work on appropriations bills. The Democrats couldn't take yes for an answer. And on the subject of appropriations, Mr. President, if any Democrats cherish the faintest hope of still funding the government through a full-year appropriations process, a process that they've displayed, or I should say delayed, for 5 weeks and counting, they should vote for the clean, nonpartisan CR today. Mr. President, I realize that Democrats have been under a lot of pressure from their far-left base to keep the shutdown going. And I assume that it was pressure from Democrats' far-left base that saw the Democrat leader flip his position on shutdowns 180 degrees in the space of just 6 months. And I realize that there are a number of Democrats in the Senate who are not just yielding to pressure from the far left, but are themselves members of the far left and are happy to continue the shutdown forever, if it means somehow sticking it, they think, to President Trump. But I'm hoping there are still Democrats out there who can see beyond the political extremism of their leftist base. And I hope there are some Democrats who can take an honest look at the widespread damage that their shutdown is doing and say enough is enough. Thanksgiving is rapidly approaching. Parents are starting to think about what they're going to put under the tree. Do Democrats still want federal employees lining up at food banks at Thanksgiving, at Christmas? And on the topic of the holidays, it's an open question whether people will be able to spend it with their families this year if the shutdown continues. Air traffic has been snarled for weeks as a result of Democrat shutdown, and things are getting worse. The Transportation Secretary just announced yesterday that the government may be forced to close parts of our airspace if the shutdown continues into next week. Close airspace, Mr. President. Think about that. And I could go on. I could talk about the unions asking Democrats to end this shutdown and support a clean continuing resolution. I could talk about the business organizations making the same request. I could read the headlines about Head Start preschools closing and SNAP recipients who are worried about their benefits and National Guard units who aren't training, and on and on. Every single thing as a result of Democrats' decision to shut down the government more than 5 weeks ago. But surely, Mr. President, surely, there are at least some Democrat senators who can see this for themselves. See this for themselves and realize it is past time to end this before the damage gets even worse. Mr. President, it's day 36 of Democrats' shutdown. Day 36. How much longer are Democrats going to make the American people suffer? Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alston-Brooks.
and a 5-alarm fire for Donald Trump and Republicans. The Republicans' high-cost House is on fire, and they've only got themselves to blame. As loudly and clearly as they could have, the American people said last night, enough is enough. Enough with Donald Trump's tariffs, which are overwhelmingly being paid for by working people and small businesses. Enough with Republicans' relentless attack on health care, where people are seeing their premiums go up by thousands of dollars, even each month, and they may have to be without health care altogether. Last night was a sign that if Republicans continue with their failed policies, their majorities are at risk, including here in this Senate chamber. The election showed that Democratic control of the Senate is much closer than people and prognosticators realize. So let me say it again. Republicans' high-cost House is on fire, and they've only got themselves to blame. And by the way, that's not just my opinion. It's Donald Trump's opinion. Last night, he said that the shutdown is a negative factor for the Republicans. When addressing why he had lost, this is what Trump said. The shutdown was a big factor, negative for Republicans. And let me read what Trump said last night. He said, this is Donald Trump speaking, Trump wasn't on the ballot, and the shutdown were the two reasons Republicans lost elections tonight. That's what Trump said. Trump admits that the Republican shutdown is hurting him and his party. The president is right. Americans realize Republicans are responsible for this awful shutdown, now the longest officially in history. What a shameless milestone. Donald Trump has now presided over the longest and second longest shutdowns ever, and he only has himself to blame. When Leader Jeffries and I met with Donald Trump in the Oval Office last month, we warned him that this would happen. We warned the president of the consequences of ignoring Democrats, ignoring the American people, ignoring the health care crisis. We warned the president that ignoring Democrats and insisting on zero negotiations was a recipe for disaster and would come back to haunt him. Well, Republicans shouldn't ignore us anymore, for their own good and the country's good. So this morning, Leader Jeffries and I once again demanded a meeting with the president. It's time to sit down and negotiate with Democrats to bring this Republican shutdown to an end, we told the president. We've been asking for a meeting for weeks and even months. But now the election results ought to send a much-needed bolt of lightning to Donald Trump that he should meet with us to end this crisis, his shutdown, which he admits hurt him badly in the election. It's time to hold a bipartisan meeting of legislative leaders to reopen the government. It's time to fix the ACA premium emergency that is now upon us, and Democrats are ready to meet anytime, anywhere, any place. Donald Trump ignores us at his own political peril, because the takeaway from last night was simply unmistakable. Democrats swept in states last night across the country, red and blue alike. Democrats won overwhelmingly, by more than anyone ever thought, in New Jersey and Virginia. Democrats won in Mississippi and won in New York, in Pennsylvania, and in Georgia. Democrats won in statewide races, but it went deeper than that. We won in lots of local races, too. Mayoral races, state Supreme Court races, ballot measures, and even historic swings in the Georgia Public Service Commission, where 2 Democrats were elected, statewide, I believe. Why did Democrats do so well? Because Americans are fed up with Republicans shooting their costs through the roof, particularly on health care, on tariffs, on their electric bills. And Americans saw that Democrats are the ones fighting for them, fighting for lower health care costs, fighting for working families. And while all this is happening, what is Donald Trump doing? depriving hungry Americans of their SNAP benefits? Telling children, hungry children, we're going to cut off your food and use you as a pawn in this shutdown which the Republicans have caused? Telling the elderly who depend on that SNAP money to adequately feed themselves? The heck with you? Telling a veteran who has PTSD or a worker who is unemployed that we're not going to give you food? How callous, how cruel, how mean, how vindictive, and how calculatingly wrong. Americans saw the contrast between Democrats and Republicans in full effect last night. They saw that Trump is treating Americans, particularly needy Americans, as political pawns during the shutdown. One end of the country to the other, including battleground states, Democrats, independents, and even Republicans rejected Donald Trump's policies and rejected hard-right elected officials. And let me say something else. After last night, Donald Trump ought to learn that his petty vindictiveness doesn't work. Here's one glaring example. He tried to axe federal funding for the Gateway Tunnel between New York and New Jersey, the biggest public works project in the country, employing tens of thousands of workers and ensuring continued prosperity and good transportation in the entire Northeast corridor. But he axed the funds, and he's axing the funds was aimed, in his mind, at Democratic leaders like Leader Jeffries and me. In the end, it totally backfired and became a big factor for voters making their decisions in New Jersey and electing Mikey Sherrill by an amazing 13 percentage points. And one of the main issues in that campaign was Donald Trump's vindictiveness in cutting off this tunnel and trying to use it, again, and all the workers, as a hostage. So again, let me say it again. Last night serves as a five-alarm fire for Republicans, a warning from the American people. They're tired of Donald Trump raising people's costs, raising health care costs, ignoring the needs of working people. The right way forward for Republicans and for all of America is to negotiate with Democrats to reopen the government and extend the ACA premium tax credits. The American people have spoken. Enough is enough. And on SCOTUS and tariffs, which is being argued by the Supreme Court right now as we speak. After an overwhelming rejection of the Trump Republican agenda at the polls, this morning, Donald Trump's lawyers are at the Supreme Court trying to argue his global tariffs are legal. They are illegal. They're arguing they're legal. It's hard to imagine a worse morning after for Donald Trump and Republicans than to have to go to the Supreme Court and defend these tariffs, which are dramatically raising Americans' costs. And that's why Republicans were so shellacked last night. And it led, and maybe the Supreme Court, actually, maybe the Supreme Court will put Donald Trump and Republicans out of their tariff misery by declaring Trump's tariffs illegal, which of course we know they are. Because Donald Trump's tariffs have been one of the biggest tax hikes on American families in recent memory. Poll after poll shows that Americans are paying more at the grocery store. They blame Trump for the rising prices, and they disapprove of his tariffs. The Supreme Court should do the right thing and strike down Trump's tariffs before those tariffs spiral our economy into even a bigger crisis. And if our democracy is to mean anything at all, we should remember the Constitution is clear as a bell, clear as a Liberty Bell. The power to tax and tariff resides in Congress, not the president, not by unilateral power, not based on some BS emergency declaration. Donald Trump is not a king. He's bound by the Constitution and by his oath to protect the American people and uphold the rule of law. Today, the court should make clear that Donald Trump is not above the law. I yield the floor.
Months. Mr. President. Mr. President, 1 year ago today, the American people rejected high prices, they rejected open borders, they rejected the weakness of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. 1 year ago today, the American people voted to get America back on track. And they did so by voting for unified Republican government. And Republicans won a historic victory. President Trump won every single battleground state in America. He won the popular vote. He moved over close to 3,000 counties to the right. That's 89% of the counties in the United States. Senate Republicans won a 53-seat majority, and House Republicans maintained the majority as well. Americans gave us a mandate to secure the border, to rebuild the economy, to unleash American energy, and to restore America's strength. Here we are 1 year later, and America is back on track. The results are undeniable. For the first time in years, America's borders are secure. For the last 5 months, absolutely zero illegal immigrants have been released into our nation. Gone are the days under Joe Biden when 10,000 illegal immigrants poured into our country each and every day. When Joe Biden was president, over 10 million illegal immigrants flooded into our nation. Illegal immigrants were incentivized to come here with a promise of free health care, with a promise of free airplane tickets, with a promise of free hotel rooms and free food and free meals and free cell phones. Mr. President, that era is over. President Trump is successfully removing illegal immigrant criminals from our nation, taking them away from communities all across the country. Republicans in Congress are finishing the wall, hiring more border agents, and investing in immigration and customs enforcement. The drug cartels are clearly on notice, Mr. President. The border is closed, and America is once again protecting our citizens. Today, our communities are safer, and the economic turnaround has been equally dramatic. America's energy dominance is back. Gas prices have dropped to the lowest point in 4 years. AAA reports prices are expected to continue to fall and perhaps stay low over the busy Thanksgiving period that's upcoming. Inflation has cooled. Things are more affordable. Remember, under Joe Biden, prices soared by more than 21%. Under President Trump, private sector real wages are up over $1,100 a year. The economy grew 3.8% in the second quarter of this year. We're seeing strong economic growth, and more strong economic growth is expected. The Atlanta Federal Reserve predicts third quarter growth could be 4%, even greater economic growth. You might ask yourself, what is at the heart of this economic comeback? Well, let me tell you. The working family tax cuts, which passed the Senate, passed the House, signed into law by the President, that's at the heart of our economic comeback. This is the most pro-worker, pro-family tax relief in years. In Wyoming alone, families could save $2,400 this year because of the tax cuts. Waiters, barbers, bartenders keep $1,300 more by having to pay no tax on tips. In my home state and in yours, Mr. President, nurses, firefighters, and police officers can keep $1,400 more by having to pay no tax on overtime. New parents get a $1,000 Trump account for every newborn child to invest in their future. And parents get a bigger child tax credit, $2,200 more per child. Seniors are going to keep more as well. There's a new $6,000 deduction on Social Security income. Mr. President, clearly you've heard it, and I've heard it at home as well. Farmers, ranchers, and small business owners getting the relief from the much-dreaded death tax. That's what it means to stand with working Americans. Let's be clear. If the Democrats had had it their way, families would be paying much more in taxes, a lot more. Every single Democrat voted for the largest tax increase in American history. Every single Democrat voted for a $4 trillion tax increase. Had Democrats succeeded, families, seniors, and small businesses would have been financially crushed. Every Democrat voted for the government to take more of people's hard-earned money. Republicans said people should keep their hard-earned money. Republicans voted for Americans to keep what they earn. That's the difference between Republicans and Democrats. So 1 year ago, American voters rejected a weak America and also rejected a dangerous world. Today, we see the resurgence of American strength. We are defending our interests and deterring our enemies around the world. Military recruitment has surged to its highest level in 15 years. Morale is high. Deterrence is back. President Trump successfully crippled Iran's nuclear program. He strengthened the success of the Abrams Accord. He secured the release of the hostages in Gaza. He ended wars around the world not once, not twice, but 8 times. President Trump is the president of peace, and he's achieving this peace through American strength and leadership. Look, these are the policies that the Americans want, need, and voted for when they elected President Trump, President of the United States, once again. Regrettably, Senate Democrats still can't bring themselves to support the success. They voted against securing the border, against lowering taxes, against strengthening Medicaid, and against everything that helps working families. Here in the Senate, for months, they've delayed hundreds of routine and bipartisan nominees. It was an unprecedented blockade. Now Democrats have set a new, shameful record. Today, they broke the record for the longest government shutdown in American history. Let me repeat that. Today, the Democrats have broken the record for the longest shutdown in American history. During the 36 days of the Schumer shutdown, Democrats have voted against reopening the government 14 times. That's 14 votes against paying our troops, 14 votes against paying our federal workers, 14 votes against paying our air traffic controllers, 14 times against Border Patrol agents, and 14 times against paying our TSA agents. The Democrat Party has been hijacked by socialists, and now they're holding the American people hostage. Why? Well, it's because the Democrats have become radical and extreme. Gallup pollsters tell us that only 1 in 3 Democrats are proud to be an American. Can you imagine that? Only 1 in 3 registered Democrats proud to be an American. It's half the number it was last year. The party of JFK is gone, and it is now the party of AOC. Democrats are now the party of socialism and censorship, of weakness and wokeness. They tend to even brag about it, as we saw last night in New York. Yesterday in New York City, they elected as mayor a socialist who wants to defund the police, abolish prisons, and give illegal immigrants free health care. That's who the Democrats have chosen as the mayor of New York City. That's the Democrats' vision of America's future. It's a dangerous vision. It's a destructive vision. 1 year ago, Americans chose a better path. They chose safety, prosperity, and common sense. As a result, today, America is moving in the right direction, and we're going to continue to fight to get America back on track. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President. Mr. President, my friend from Wyoming, my colleague on the Republican side, just gave a litany of accomplishments of the Trump administration. That is his view of the political world, and he's certainly entitled to it. But the vote results from last night show that America does not agree with what the senator from Wyoming said. They're not happy with the MAGA movement and what it's brought to America. The results across the board were overwhelmingly in favor of the Democrats last night. It doesn't square with the happy talk, which we've heard on the floor about the achievements of the Trump administration. In fact, in one candid moment, President Trump conceded that the shutdown cost him many votes in last night's election across the board. He's right. The American people have come to understand what this government shutdown is all about. It's about their bottom line, their home budget, their health care, their insurance costs. In my state, it's typical. People are seeing a doubling of their health insurance premiums as of January 1st, and in some parts of my state, tripling. In other parts of the country, it's even more. Why is this happening? Because of the big, beautiful budget bill of the Trump administration. It eliminated the tax treatment that helped families pay for these health insurance premiums. And as a consequence, their premiums are going through the roof. What is that going to do to a family who has to make a choice that comes down to $200 or $300 a month more in health insurance premiums? Some will be able to afford it, I'm sure, but others won't, and they'll give up on their health insurance coverage. That's a terrible position for any family to be in. And it also creates problems when it comes to healthcare providers, hospitals, clinics, doctors, and such. They're going to find themselves in a terrible situation when these same sick people with no health insurance come to the hospital. Sure, they'll be treated. We do that in America. But they're going to end up incurring costs for that hospital that will not be reimbursed. What does that do for the rest of us? With health insurance we can afford, we're going to end up paying more when it's all over. You cannot ignore the health insurance problem in America, as the Republicans hope to do. That is what is driving this government shutdown, and it's time for it to come to an end. I hope that President Trump, after last night's election results, will see clearly that he is being blamed rightly for this shutdown, and that it has to come to an end, and we have to move forward as a nation. The sooner, the better. The things that are happening across the board here are just indefensible. The president yesterday was weaving back and forth between saying he was going to pay all of the SNAP food benefits to hungry families in America and then saying he was going to cut them all off unless we ended the government shutdown. Back and forth during the course of the day, it was hard to follow his position. I'm still not sure where it ends, but I worry that the families desperate for assistance in paying for food, put it on the table, are still uncertain themselves. The food banks cannot take care of this problem. This program, the SNAP program, known as a food stamp program, is critical to feeding America for over 40 million of our neighbors and friends. It is time to make it clear that the payments are going to be made. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. I hope the President makes that clear today. Mr. President, on an unrelated topic, this coming weekend will mark 2 months since President Trump launched his so-called Operation Midway Blitz in my home state of Illinois. You remember what it's all about. The President was sending in ICE agents dressed in combat uniforms with masks on their face and no identification as to who they work for to arrest what they considered to be would-be robbers, terrorists, murderers, rapists, and the criminally insane who had come across our border in past years. They set out to do that, but what has happened is exactly the opposite. Instead of taking dangerous people off the street, they are harassing and intimidating people who have no crimes in their background whatsoever. The stories just come tumbling in every single day. The head of the Department of Homeland Security calls this ICE force her dream team. Well, let me tell you, this dream team has done things that are just unthinkable when it comes to the laws and Constitution of this country. In the 2 months since the President started sending these workers in, he's achieved what I believe his true objective was, not to bring down violent crime, but to spread fear in the hearts of our communities, especially our immigrant communities. In these 2 months, we've seen people thrown to the ground and beaten. This is not speculation. It is videotaped. We have it. We've seen children ripped from their beds in the middle of the night and zip-tied outside of an apartment complex on the South Shore Avenue of Chicago. And we've seen tear gas canisters deployed against pastors, journalists, and police. Think of that. It's reached a point that the federal court is entertaining depositions today from the leader of this effort of the so-called Dream Team ICE agents, trying to explain why their violence can be justified. Innocent people have been caught up in this terror. Not just the worst of the worst, as the President promised, and his team has claimed, but American citizens, legal residents, and immigrants who've built their lives and raised their families here. They pose no threat to public safety, and yet they're the targets of these ICE agents. I want to share with you the story of one of these people. 3 weeks ago, Omar Huerta Cisneros, a legal resident of the United States, a green card holder, was going for a walk on the southwest side of Chicago when masked immigrant agents abruptly pulled him into a red car and drove away. Mr. Huerta Cisneros was detained and disappeared by the Trump administration simply for walking down the street as a Hispanic man. What makes this case especially troubling, though, is what happened after they arrested him. Mr. Cisneros has a mental challenge. He's schizophrenic, and he lacks, quote, the mental capacity to reach out to anybody, according to his family. His family only learned of his arrest after footage of the encounter was posted on social media. His family started searching desperately to find him in detention. Now, if this sounds like an extreme case, it is not. It is the usual custom. The ICE agents sweep people off the street and then disappear, sometimes for hours, sometimes for days, sometimes for even longer. There's no way to check on their whereabouts. If you think that sounds like something very unusual, if you watched all the crime shows on TV, what a warrant for an arrest may be, what the arrest process will be, what the Miranda warnings may be, this is totally unusual. The ICE agents are making it all up. They are ignoring the law and ignoring the Constitution. But in the behavior characteristics of the Trump administration, people find only silence when they ask, what happened to that person that you swept up on the street? The family had to resort to pleading to the community and posting these missing person posters on social media to try to find Mr. Cisneros. This is the photograph that they were advertising, asking people, have you seen this man? Can you help us find a member of our family? They finally did find him 2 weeks after the masked federal agents wrongfully arrested him. And where did they find him? On the streets of a suburb of Chicago. Family members believe federal agents just dropped him off, possibly a day after detaining him. But no one contacted the family, and they didn't know where he slept during this time away from home. Unfortunately, Mr. Huerta Cisneros' case is not isolated. Donald Trump has turned federal law enforcement officers into his own personal, secret, masked police force to engage in political theater at the expense of real lives. In that process, the rights and liberties guaranteed by the Constitution, including the right to due process and the rule of law, have been trampled. ICE agents, this so-called Dream Team, believe they are above the law and not bound by the Constitution. We are on a slippery slope into authoritarianism. Don't believe me? Listen to the president's own words. In a 60 Minutes interview this week, he was asked about sending active duty military into American cities. He responded, I quote, I can bring in the Army, the Marines, I can bring in whoever I want, and that he could do so, quote, in a heartbeat, and that, quote, no judge can even challenge me. He also said ICE raids hadn't gone far enough. Tell that to Mr. Cisneros and his family and every other Illinoisan who's been caught up in these cruel and chaotic raids. To think that this man is a robber, a rapist, a terrorist, a murderer, criminally insane, it's just almost laughable if it wasn't such a sad situation exploiting this poor gentleman. In the face of such ugliness, Chicago and the people that live there have shown up to stand up for one another. We saw it in Mr. Cisneros' case. Neighbors helping neighbors, trying to find this man who was disappeared by the ICE agents in Chicago. Over the weekend, we had another example. On Halloween, I joined Governor Pritzker in asking the ICE agents, please lay off the families and kids who are out trick-or-treating. They're being terrorized already, and there ought to be one night in a year when you give them a break. They refused. In fact, they mocked us that we would even ask for that. And then came the incident in Evanston, Illinois, a suburb just north of Chicago. It was an incident which embarrassed a lot of people and worried them that we were moving toward a police state with the ICE agents going up and down the streets, looking for people who were raking leaves, checking on each one of them in terms of their background and their citizenship and their identity. They swept up into this almost everybody who was out in the yard. And at this time of year, everybody's out in the yard. That sort of thing really struck the chord in the city of Evanston. They've responded, and I knew they would, a strong community. Over the weekend, hundreds of donors lined the streets near Evanston Township High School to participate in a food drive for the neighbors. The turnout was so overwhelming, the police had to turn off a traffic light at an intersection to accommodate the line of cars waiting to drop off food. While food was the main draw, Evanston organizers also handed out Know Your Rights cards and whistles along with the toiletries. Those whistles have been used by community members to warn others when ICE agents are in the area. This is what an American community looks like that is organizing to stand together to defend their neighbors. And while no community should have to resort to such extreme, Evanston and other communities across the country have been forced to do it, and they're willingly doing so. For the first time in our nation's history, the flow of federal funds for the SNAP program is halted at the direction of President Donald Trump. To think this president, in order to put political pressure on Congress, is going to cut off the food to disabled people, elderly people, and children is disgusting. The Trump administration has the power to issue 100% of benefits to working families and kids who rely on this program. But the President and the Department of Agriculture are defying court orders and refusing to flip the switch on these emergency funds for circumstances just like this. In one moment, the Department of Agriculture says they'll send just 50% of the monthly benefits to SNAP. The next moment, the President says he'll only send out SNAP benefits when the government reopens. When it comes to feeding 42 million Americans, our most vulnerable neighbors and friends, suddenly the Trump administration appears confused and once again in disarray. Who in the world is in charge? But it has no problem remodeling the White House bathrooms with marble and gold, throwing a Great Gatsby Halloween party for your richest friends, and passing tax cuts for millionaires and billionaires, or inviting Senate Republicans down for breakfast this morning, as Americans, many of them, struggle to pay for their own breakfast. It's time for this administration to stop this chaos. Families across America deserve better. I hope that what happened in yesterday's election is a wake-up call, that we need to sit down and end this government shutdown that was initiated by the Republican refusal to discuss the cost of health insurance. We can do something to help Americans. If we can find $20 or $40 billion for Argentina, for God's sake, there's got to be money to help Americans pay their hospitalization premiums. I hope we get down to business today. I yield the floor.
Over the last 9 months is beyond concerning. It's corrupting. We've seen nominees who are deeply partisan and deeply ideological. We've seen nominees who, under any other administration, would be roundly criticized and rejected by this body. And we've seen nominees whose chief qualification is nothing other than loyalty to and relationship to Donald Trump. So later today, we're going to consider just the latest example of this when the Senate takes up the nomination of Eric Tung to serve on the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals. This is a lifetime appointment to the federal bench, colleagues. An appellate court nominee, in particular, should have the judgment, the independence, and the respect for precedent worthy of the position. But instead, Mr. Tung, the nominee before us, is not here because of his independence or his judicial temperament. He's here because of his ideology. Mr. Tung embraces an extreme and rigid view of the Constitution that rejects both equality and liberty. He's made clear that under his constitutional philosophy, there's no protection for rights that most Americans take as fundamental, including the rights to reproductive freedom, marriage equality, and even private consensual relationships. That's not constitutional interpretation. It's a radical blueprint for rolling back decades of progress on individual freedom and equality. Now, when I gave Mr. Tung an opportunity to explain his history of sexist and anti-labor comments a few months ago in committee during the confirmation hearing, he deflected. He showed no reflection or evolved thinking, because the truth is Mr. Tung's record and writings reveal a pattern of ideological extremism that calls into question his ability to apply the law fully and fairly. Now, let me also make clear that I'm not setting out with the goal of denying the Ninth Circuit of qualified replacements. Far from it. Not just myself, but Senator Schiff, my colleague from California, and I both reached out to the White House months ago to inform them of a couple of things. Number one, that Eric Tung would be unacceptable. But importantly, it's important for my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to understand, we signaled a willingness to consider more mainstream Republican candidates who President Trump had previously nominated for district court judgeships. We were willing to try to find that common ground. But clearly the White House wasn't interested, because whether it's the Department of Justice, the FBI, U.S. attorneys, or the federal bench, the Trump White House is showing us what they truly care about: unwavering loyalty. So today I'll remind my colleagues that when we reference the judiciary, it's the American people's judiciary. And all the decisions that we make today will affect our justice system, the people's judiciary, for years, if not decades. And for those reasons, Mr. President, I urge all my colleagues to join me in strongly opposing Mr. Tung's nomination. Thank you. I now yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator for Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent to waive the mandatory quorum call with respect to the Orr nomination.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. SNAP benefits, that has been in the news and a topic of much discussion. And those benefits for over 40 million Americans lapsed over the weekend because Democrats have chosen to hold government funding hostage for political leverage, their word, at the American people's expense. In other words, they're using the American people as pawns. And because of that, their constituents, and indeed nearly 700,000 Tennesseans, are without their SNAP benefits. So are our Border Patrol agents, our air traffic controllers, and federal law enforcement. They've been working a month now without pay. This is why you have the AFGE and the Controllers Union. They're saying end the Schumer shutdown now. We also know that critical federal assistance, from rural development programs to small business loans, are out there in jeopardy. Across the country, people and small businesses are all suffering because of Chuck Schumer and his Schumer shutdown. And for Democrats, I think they have wanted this. They planned for it, and they wanted to see it happen, so they got it. Now, over on the House side, the Democrat whip made it very clear during a recent interview, and I quote her. She said, "Shutdowns are terrible, and of course, there will be families that are going to suffer, but it is one of the few leverage times we have," end quote. So to the American people, realize that the Democrats you've elected see you as pawns and leverage and pieces that they can move around a chessboard. As the Senate Democrat leader said at the beginning of the shutdown, and I quote him, "Every day gets better for Democrats." They see this as improving their political chances. And over the last month, his party has voted more than a dozen times to keep the government shut down. And at the heart of their demands is the permanent extension of President Biden's COVID credits under Obamacare. Now, this would be a $450 billion expense to the U.S. taxpayer. Last week, I was on the floor talking about this and about how Democrats are peddling falsehoods to try to justify their Schumer shutdown. They claim that Obamacare subsidies are going to expire. Now, in reality, it is only the Biden COVID credit bonus that will expire. Now, what happened during COVID for the Obamacare subsidies? They took off the income caps, and a lot of people had $0 premiums. And if you were making over $500,000 a year, you too could get a Biden COVID credit bonus and subsidy from the Obamacare exchange. You too could have the U.S. taxpayer picking up the tab for 80 to 90% of your health insurance because they plussed up the credit and they removed the income caps. Now, the original Obamacare subsidies, which, by the way, do not expire, these are permanent, they are in law, the original subsidies continue for people who are at 100 to 400% of the federal poverty level. Now, our colleagues across the aisle claim that the Biden COVID credits are needed to keep the cost of health insurance premiums down. In reality, Obamacare is too expensive to afford without the subsidy. So what they're doing is propping up a broken system. In fact, since 2013, the Obamacare benchmark plan premium has increased by 237%, more than 3 times the rate for employer-sponsored health care plans that most Americans get through their work and from their employer. And as these premiums go up, taxpayers are on the hook to subsidize not the individual, but guess what? The insurance company. The subsidy doesn't go to the individual, it goes directly to the insurance company. Our colleagues on the other side of the aisle need to understand that their fight for government-run health care, which is really what this entire Schumer shutdown is all about, is going to fail. It's time for them to put the American people over and before far-left politics. It is time to reopen the federal government. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the next portion of my remarks be placed separately in the record.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. We all are hearing quite a bit about AI and the potential of AI to transform entire industries for the better, to make them more efficient. In Tennessee alone, our advanced manufacturers are using it to become more efficient, to lower costs, and to increase productivity. Healthcare providers are using it to strengthen care, and researchers are using it to discover new treatments. These are all things that are worth celebrating. They're good, and they're yielding good results. But we also know that this emerging technology can be used for harm. Now, in the case of Google, its AI models have targeted conservatives with defamation for years. During a Senate Commerce Committee hearing last week, I presented evidence to Google's Vice President for Government Affairs and Public Policy that his company's AI models have repeatedly repeatedly fabricated malicious stories about conservative activist Robbie Starbuck. He is a Tennessean, and he is a conservative leader in our state. In one instance, Google's large language model, Gemma, falsely claimed that Starbuck was accused of child rape and that I publicly defended him. Google's AI models have also falsely accused him of being a former adult film star, of facing criminal drug charges, and of shooting a man in Nashville in an argument over a parking spot. In response, Google's VP claimed that hallucinations among their AI models are a common problem, and that the company is working on it, as if this harmful defamation is merely a technical glitch, and they refer to it as a hallucination. In fact, there seems to be a pattern of malicious lying and fiction when it comes to conservatives. So I asked the AI model, has Marsha Blackburn been accused of rape? The answer to this question, of course, is an unequivocal no. I never have. Yet, Gemma fabricated an entire outlandish criminal allegation against me. It had a massive story about a race in 1987, which didn't happen, and of accusations of improper conduct, which did not happen. And it also came forward with an alleged victim. It was all malicious. It was all made up. It was all a lie. Yet, Gemma even generated fake links to fabricate news articles to support the defamatory claim. And of course, the links didn't work. This marks a catastrophic failure of oversight of an AI model that has been downloaded by more than 200 million people. So last week, I sent a letter over to Google CEO, Sundar Pichai, demanding an explanation as to why Gemma was creating these false allegations, criminal allegations, against conservatives and also against me. And I also asked for a list of steps the company is taking to eliminate political bias and defamatory content from its models. Now, Google has not responded to my letter. What they did do was take Gemma down over the weekend. Despite the AI model's serious flaws, the big tech giant said in a statement that it's going to continue to work to make Gemma available to their developers. And the message on this is clear. You need to shut it down. You need to shut it down completely. You need to shut the Gemini system down completely. The American public deserves to know that with these AI models, the information is going to be accurate, it is going to be transparent, it is going to be fair, and it is not going to be a tool that is going to be used to fabricate and to smear conservatives. In the meantime, Google has until tomorrow to respond to the letter demanding answers. And it's important to keep in mind, this is the same Google that operated a Gmail blacklist that suppressed Republican fundraising emails as spam. And it's the same Google that manipulated search results about the 2024 election to benefit Kamala Harris and to harm President Trump. And it's the same Google that suppressed search results of the attempted assassination of President Trump in Butler, Pennsylvania. Big tech has waged a war on conservatives for too long. It is time that the American people see accountability out of these platforms. I yield the floor.
Under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to executive session and resume consideration of the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, the judiciary, Eric Chun-Yi Tung of California to be United States Circuit Judge for the Ninth Circuit.
The question occurs on the nomination. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn.
Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table. Then the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's action. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22, the standing rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Caleb Orr of Texas to be an Assistant Secretary of State, Economic and Business Affairs, signed by 17 senators.
Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that the debate on the nomination of Caleb Orr of Texas to be Assistant Secretary of State for Economic and Business Affairs shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Texas to be Assistant Secretary, Economic and Business Affairs.
Exciting. On this vote, the ayes are 57, the nays are 41. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Department of State, Caleb Orr of Texas to be Assistant Secretary, Economic and Business Affairs.
Mr. President.
Senator from Kentucky.
I know that many of our colleagues and the American people have seen the tragic news out of my hometown just yesterday. I'm grateful for their thoughts and their prayers this morning directed toward the people of Louisville. Folks around our county, Jefferson County, need those prayers right now in the days and weeks to come. The death toll from last evening's UPS crash has continued to rise throughout the day. For the families of these victims and for the injured survivors being treated at area hospitals, life will never be the same. There's a lot of grief welling up right now in Kentucky. This would be true even in the case of a single life lost. But as local first responders, state officials, and federal investigators continue their work today, I'd like to help our colleagues understand what makes this tragedy such a gut punch in a place like Louisville. During the day, Louisville International hums with thousands of passengers from all across the country. But around the clock, Louisville is also a hub for global shipping and logistics, business supplies, consumer goods, Christmas gifts. If it's going somewhere in short order, there's a very good chance it's passing through UPS Worldport in my hometown of Louisville. None of this is possible without teams of devoted professionals. Louisville is home to logistic experts, warehouse workers, aircraft crew, and maintenance. They take pride in their work, and their community takes pride in them. That's why this crash cuts so deep. It's about all of us. Today, Jefferson County schools and many local businesses are completely closed. Neighbors are mourning neighbors, so today will be a tough day in the Commonwealth. The people of Louisville are grateful for the swift, life-saving efforts of our first responders from local police, fire, and EMS. They can trust in the prayers of their fellow Americans. And I want them to know that their representatives here in Washington are making sure that every federal resource they need is on the ground and headed their way soon. I spoke with Mayor Greenberg this morning, and my team and I will continue to stay in close contact with local, state, and federal officials, including at the FAA and the NTSB in the coming days. But first and foremost, I'm keeping my fellow Kentuckians in my prayers and asking our colleagues to do the same. I suggest you have so quorum.
Clerk, call the roll.
Ms. Alster-Brooks.
Senator for Hawaii.
I ask unanimous consent to vitiate the quorum call.
Can you clarify your request?
Just to get rid of the quorum call.
Yes, without objection.
Thank you very much. Mr. President, this is exactly what it looks like. The President of the United States is going out of his way to make sure that people don't have enough to eat. And it is hard to believe because it does sound crazy. It does sound partisan. But he really is using hunger as a political weapon. Let's back up for a second. On September 30th, this administration, the Trump administration, released a plan saying that they were going to use a contingency fund to pay SNAP benefits during the shutdown. So this is the way it's been done. Every time there's a shutdown, there's a pocket of money that's literally there to pay SNAP benefits in case there's an emergency of any kind, including a lapse in appropriations. But then 3 weeks later, they said, never mind, we're not permitted to pay these benefits during a shutdown. Now, that was clearly not the case, and they had already issued guidance saying we're going to use this fund. They pulled it because they wanted to create leverage, but then they went to court to argue against paying these SNAP benefits. And then two separate judges said, not only are you permitted to use this contingency fund to pay nutritional assistance benefits to the working poor, children, the elderly, the disabled. Not only are you permitted to do that, you're required under the statute to do that. So now you got two federal judges saying, the law is clear. It's not a question of whether you're permitted to do it or not. It's actually whether you're permitted to not do it. And the judges both said, you got to do this. That's what the law says. And so this week, they announced that they're only going to pay half of the benefits. They're going to pay half of the SNAP benefits that 40 million Americans need. And it's kind of even worse than that because SNAP goes through state agencies. And state agencies, in a lot of cases, the unemployment system is like this. They have these antiquated computer systems. And so any change in the benefit structure has to be reprogrammed into their computer systems and then loaded up onto the EBT cards. And so some states are going to be able to implement this half benefit within a few days. But there are several states with antiquated computer systems that are saying it could be weeks or even months. And I just want to make this point extremely clear. None of that is necessary. They're clearly feeling some amount of heat and urgency to end the shutdown. And so usually what you do if you're the President of the United States and you feel an urgent need to cut a deal is you try to get the people with whom you would need to make a deal into a room and begin a negotiation. But Trump really doesn't want to do that. He thinks we're evil. His senior advisor has called the Democratic Party a domestic terrorist organization or some such thing. And so he's just like, I don't know if he's incapable or at least so far unwilling to do the basic blocking and tackling required by being a political leader at any level. County council, mayor, state legislature, lieutenant governor, House, Senate, whatever, you got to like interact with people that you have disagreements with, but he doesn't want to do that. And so his theory of change, Stephen Miller, Russ Vought, some of these folks, is we're just going to squeeze Democrats. Now that would be like normal hardball politics, except for this. What they mean by squeezing Democrats is they mean threatening to shut down or throttle air traffic. What they mean by squeezing Democrats is canceling long-planned, long-approved projects that benefit everybody across the country. What they mean by squeezing Democrats in this particular instance is that 40 million people are going to not have enough to eat. And so, look, I don't always want to be the partisan warrior. I like interacting with my Republican colleagues. I come from the state of Hawaii where it's a decisive majority of Democrats. So one of the muscles that I had to develop over the last 13 years was sort of how to interact with the other party and make arrangements, cut deals, compartmentalize, the problems that I have with some of these folks on other issues and find common ground. And my appeal to my Republican colleagues is very simple. Can we just leave the kids harmless? Can we leave the hungry harmless? Like, we're clearly in a disagreement about how the appropriations process and this Affordable Care Act subsidy question should be wrestled to the ground. Now, my own view is like, let's just be adults and convene and then wrangle and argue and shout at each other a little bit and then reconvene and then cut the deal. That's how the country is supposed to work. But separate and apart from that, can we please say that using hunger as a weapon is out of bounds in the United States? There is a long and pretty dark history, an evil history of politicians, some popularly elected, some not elected, using food as a means of political control. And I think that's not a road that we want to go down. I think we want to say, whatever else we're fighting about, if there are Americans who are hungry, that we should hold them harmless. And just to be clear, there is no shortage of money in the United States of America. Stock market is booming. You've got these AI data centers like racking up $100 and $200 billion capital expenditure plans. There is enough money sloshing around in the public and the private sector to pay for food. There really is. If you're a regular person trying to put food on the table for your family, if you are trying to keep your health insurance premiums from more than doubling, if you're struggling to pay your bills and make ends meet because everything is getting more expensive, there's no money for you. But there is enough money for a golden toilet. And there is enough money for a $173 million new aircraft for the Secretary of Homeland Security. And there is $40 billion for the country of Argentina to bail them out, which coincidentally is about the amount of money that it would cost to extend these Affordable Care Act tax credits. So it's not a question of the economy is contracting and our debt is out of control and all the rest of it. This body just passed a $1.5 trillion deficit increase in the form of a tax cut where the benefits go not exclusively but disproportionately to wealthy individuals. And so it's not a question of there not being enough money. The problem is that they have decided that there's not enough money for you. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Iowa.
Thank you, Mr. President. I come to the Senate floor today to express my concern about recent attacks on the legitimacy of the judicial branch of government. A fair and neutral judiciary plays a very indispensable role in our constitutional structure. Judges wield enormous power, and their decisions determine the legal rights of the parties before them. One especially potent power of the judiciary is the practice of judicial review. As we all know, the judiciary sometimes decides cases that impact the operation of laws passed by Congress or the actions of the executive branch. We accept this judicial review because neutral arbiters are necessary in a system based upon the rule of law, but this system only works if everyone accepts that the arbiters are, in fact, neutral. Litigants, the co-equal branches of government, and the American people must be confident that judges are merely saying what the law is and not what those judges wish the law to be. Our judicial system also requires respect for appellate review. The federal courts are hierarchical, and the rule of law depends on public confidence that lower courts will faithfully apply and respect the decisions of the higher courts. It's no surprise that some people are not always happy with how the courts exercise judicial power. Criticism is fair and sometimes warranted, but too often it is strayed into outright attacks on the judiciary as an institution. Today, however, I'm here to discuss attacks on the judiciary coming particularly from a concerning place, that is, within the judiciary itself. It's one thing for the political branches or the public to criticize the Supreme Court. It's entirely different for federal judges themselves to undermine their own branch of government. In two high-profile instances in the last few months, numerous judges have anonymously, as you might expect, gone to the press to denigrate the Supreme Court, and this ought to be deeply concerning, not only to this senator, but the public at large. On September 4th, 2025, NBC News published a report alleging that 12 federal judges gave anonymous interviews, and 10 of them took that opportunity to criticize the Supreme Court. One judge described the Supreme Court's conduct as, quote, unquote, inexcusable. And another judge said the Supreme Court, quote, is effectively assisting the Trump administration in undermining the lower courts, end of quote. Then we have a big hit piece by the New York Times on October the 11th, 2025. That newspaper ran a story where they sought out judges specifically to criticize the Supreme Court. The Times approached 400 of the almost 1,500 federal judges with questionnaires. The Times intentionally solicited judges in districts that litigants considered to be unfavorable to the current president. Of the 400 judges approached, thank God only a small percentage took the offer. I think this is an important point. Then we can draw the conclusion most federal judges didn't take the bait of the New York Times because it violated the ethics of the judiciary. So only a small percentage did, but that's still a fabulous 65 judges responding to the Times questionnaire, and it happens that some responded with very harsh criticism. They gave the Times then the fodder that they needed to spin the narrative of a judiciary in crisis. The Times wrote, quote, federal judges called the Supreme Court emergency orders mystical, overly blunt, incredibly demoralizing and troubling, and, another quote, a slap in the face to the district courts. One judge compared their district's current relationship with the Supreme Court to, quote unquote, a war zone. Another said the courts were in the midst of, their words, a judicial crisis. I'm deeply concerned, and I hope the public at large is, that these public attacks on the court from sitting federal judges damage the public's faith and confidence in our judicial system. When judges call the legitimacy of their own branch of government into question, they erode the faith of the institutions itself. My colleague, the chairman of the Committee on Judiciary in the House of Representatives, shares these concerns. Together, we sent a letter of concern to Chief Justice Roberts. We expressed our concern that the conduct of the judges, as reported, may violate the applicable ethical canons. We also asked whether the judicial branch will give guidance to federal judges or even investigate this matter. The document called the Code of Conduct for United States Judges is very clear that judges have an obligation to uphold public confidence in the judiciary. For example, Canon 2 states, and I quote, a judge should act at all times in a manner that promotes public confidence in the integrity and impartiality of the judiciary, end of quote. In 2024, Chief Judge Diaz of the Fourth Circuit applied the canon in resolving a judicial complaint against a judge for authoring an opinion piece lambasting a sitting Supreme Court justice. He concluded that the judge in question violated the canons and, quote, diminished the public confidence in the integrity and independence of the federal judiciary, end quote. Chief Judge Diaz's reasoning appears to apply with similar force to the recent anonymous attacks on the court. Anonymous public comments from sitting judges describing the relationship between the Supreme Court and lower courts as a quote-unquote war zone and otherwise attacking the legitimacy of the Supreme Court rulings undermines public confidence in the integrity and impartiality of the judiciary. In fact, it may violate the Code of Conduct. Judges shouldn't mimic the infighting and rhetorical attacks that are so common among us in the political arena. This damages the public faith in the judiciary. The Supreme Court is then a uniquely American institution that has played an important role since our public's founding, and in contrast to the other branches, meaning the political branches of the federal government, the Supreme Court is meant to stand above the day-to-day squabbles of politics. And that's not just the Supreme Court, as I implied, that's the entire, every level of the judicial branch. For the most part, the court does this remarkably well, speaking of the Supreme Court. We know this because neither Democrats or Republicans are always happy with the decision of our highest court. The court is either too conservative or too liberal, depending on the day and who you ask. But at the bottom, the job of the court is not to please us or agree with us, but to say what the law is. In recent years, we've seen vicious attacks against the court from a variety of directions, many aimed at weakening public confidence in this important institution. This is bad for all of us. So today, I'm here to defend the integrity of the Supreme Court and to urge the judicial branch to address these attacks that are coming from within, mostly by district court judges, and the ones that reply to everything anonymously and really don't have the guts to stand publicly with their criticism of the Supreme Court. So here is my bottom line. I call on the federal judiciary to give clear guidance to federal judges on acceptable public commentary and to take seriously the public's perception and confidence in the courts. I yield the floor.
Ms. Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell.
On this vote, the yeas are 57, the nays are 43. The nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Mr. President.
The Senator from Louisiana.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to resume legislative session.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I'm going to be uncharacteristically brief. Tomorrow I will be bringing two bills before the Senate. They both have to do with the shutdown and Congressional Bay. The first bill is the No Shutdown Paychecks Act. The second bill is the Withhold Member Pay During Shutdowns Act. The first bill would provide that as long as we're shut down, and I'll explain why in a moment, as long as we're shut down, no member of Congress can be paid. And the money will not be reimbursed at a later date or repaid at a later date. The second bill, to address any 27th Amendment concerns, will say during the shutdown, members of Congress will not receive their pay, but their pay will be escrowed and they will receive it after the government is opened back up. Look, we're in day 36. Like you, Mr. President, I've heard a lot of rumors about we're that close to reaching an agreement. We've been that close for a week. Frankly, I hope I'm wrong in saying this, but I don't think we're really that close. I wish we were, and I hope we are. But I think we're going to be in the shutdown a while longer. That doesn't give me any joy to say that. In the meantime, none of our staffs are being paid. No federal employees are being paid. I got some numbers in this morning that federal workers have had to borrow $365 million so far during this 36-day shutdown in order just to pay their rent. Our military is only being paid partially. Our air traffic controllers are not being paid. People who receive SNAP payments are only being partially paid. I don't think anybody wants to see anybody go hungry in America, and that's not a partisan statement. I think that's a bipartisan statement. There's precedent for this, Mr. President. Some may say, well, this violates the 27th Amendment. I don't think it does. That's why I'm offering two different flavors of bills. But in 2013, President Obama did the same thing that I'm doing now. They were in a shutdown, and President Obama supported legislation that said, if you don't open up government by this certain date, then you're going to lose your paychecks. And guess what? Members of Congress had an epiphany, and they found religion. They had a Damascene moment, and they opened up government. And that's all this bill will do. I'm not trying to grandstand. I wasn't going to bring this bill. When I got back here Monday, I heard all the rumors like everybody else that we were close. And I hope we are close, but we're not close enough. And so I'll offer these bills tomorrow, and people can vote yay or they can vote nay. But what's good for the goose is good for the gander. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield to my friend, Senator Blumenthal, if that's appropriate.
A right of American people that was exercised in overwhelming numbers yesterday, the right to vote. And it was a enormously heartening and encouraging and inspiring example to us of good citizenship and interest in the electoral process. But we're here because the right to vote is increasingly under assault by this administration. Systematic, strategic, relentless assault by an administration that wants to discourage the exercise of that right to vote and to degrade the protections of it that many Americans take for granted because they are so ingrained in our system. What this administration has done overall in seeking to impound election equipment, collect voter information, and intrude on privacy and discourage election workers by creating fear and intimidation, not to mention dismantling the election protection mechanisms in the CISA and voting rights section of the Department of Justice, the cybersecurity infrastructure and security program. These kinds of measures create a real and present danger to our election process. And it began literally with President Trump pardoning the January 6 rioters. Remember, they not only assaulted the Capitol, but their purpose was to stop certification of a lawful transition of power that resulted from the vote. It was an effort to undermine the vote. In the face of many of these actions, we need to rely on the courts. They are the bulwark that in many instances will protect us. We are dependent on organizations that are willing to go to court, and we need to support them with resources. One example, on March 25th, 2025, President Trump issued an executive order, 14248. Among other things, it attempted to impose on the states new documentation requirements for mail-in voter registration and voting procedures. Just one example of this administration's assault on the right to vote. And it probably went under the radar so far as most public attention was concerned, but it was real, it was potentially destructive and damaging to the right to vote. And thankfully, Judge Kolar-Catelli of the United States District Court for the District of Columbia knew our laws well enough that she rightfully held that this executive order was so patently illegal, so flagrantly unlawful, and a blatant violation of our Constitution, carefully crafted separation of powers, that she struck down that executive order. And she wrote, quote, "The states have initial authority to regulate elections. Congress has supervisory authority over those regulations, but the president does not feature at all," end quote. And that's why Judge Kolar-Catelli found that Trump's executive order, quote, "violated the Constitution by usurping power over federal election procedure that is vested in Congress and the states, not in the president," end quote. Sounds to me like the President of the United States might need a civics lesson, or at least a reread of the Constitution. The framers regulated elections in the manner on purpose, part of a carefully crafted compromise between state and federal legislative power. They did it in this manner to serve a specific end, which was a balancing of responsibility that accorded states their proper sovereign control over elections cast in their borders. They are sovereign. Our states remain sovereign as they were then, and their electors are entitled to respect in state and federal elections under rules that are set by sovereign states. And that compromise is sound public policy, just as it was when our framers propounded it. It's right that states and communities, not the president, should determine, in the best instance, how best to conduct elections. And it's right that in situations when uniform national election standards are necessary, those determinations are made deliberately by a large body of elected officials directly representing their local communities in Congress. As the judge said, the president doesn't feature at all. More importantly, the framers' diffusion of power over elections divided both among the states and within the branch of the federal government closest to the people, namely the Congress, is one of our nation's most powerful safeguards against autocracy. They were wary of an overbearing executive. They had just fought to be free of a monarchy. They explicitly avoided giving any power to the president in the realm of elections. The framework they created establishes a decentralized structure where it is difficult for any single individual or entity to unduly influence or wield unchecked power over elections. No kings. That was their mantra. Literally, they had just overthrown a king. No single authority to control elections and potentially bring to bear another authoritarian ruler. But now, this president has moved us toward a totalitarian regime, and there is no more salient or significant aspect of his effort than the destructive assault on our election system. A system where one person alone can decide how elections are run is the definition of a tyranny. Russia has a constitution. Other nations like Russia have constitutions. But elections are rigged. And whether it's China, Russia, Hungary, totalitarian regimes have one ruler. It may not be called a king, but it is a ruler who controls the election process. And lo and behold, 90% of the voters in the old Soviet Union, now in Russia, all decide that the guy in power is to be retained. That's no accident. It's the result of totalitarian control over elections. And that is why this judge's ruling is so profoundly momentous. The voters of California, Virginia, New Jersey, and New York made their voices heard yesterday. And they were saying as well, no kings. They exercised the right to vote in tremendous numbers. In our state of Connecticut, towns where Republican first select people or mayors were in power for decades saw a move from red to blue. What's more important than red to blue is overwhelming numbers of people came to the polls because they were angry and anxious about our democracy and about affordability, about paying the rent, affording groceries, paying for electricity, and yes, health insurance. They were looking at the open enrollment exchanges for whether they could afford health insurance, and they saw premiums doubling and tripling, and they were hit by that sticker shock. And it made them fearful and outraged about what was happening to health care as well as everything else they were paying to afford, and they couldn't afford health care and everything else that they needed for their families, and that was a factor as well. And so this outpouring of anger and anxiety that we saw on the issue of affordability was an exercise of the franchise that this administration wants to undermine and undercut and eventually eviscerate. So we need to elevate the judges. Let's name this one, Judge Kolar Catelli of the United States District Court for the District of Columbia. Judge Kolar Catelli is a hero in sustaining and protecting the rule of law, in preserving free and open elections by striking down an executive order that very simply, egregiously overrides state sovereign authority. Now, I will say, states' rights used to be the province of members of this body who sought to protect segregation. Maybe they were endeavoring to stop federal law enforcement and the use of states' rights as a sword or a shield had limits, and the courts limited them. But in this instance, there is no excuse and no precedent that permits the President of the United States to take over our election system. And I call on my colleagues in this body to stop rubber stamping his usurpation of our authority. We're the ones, along with states, that have that responsibility. Congress was specifically chosen to protect our election system when it came to federal supervision because we are closest to the people, and we should zealously guard that authority because it is essential to our constitutional structure. I know that a lot of this may seem abstract or opaque, but it goes to the core of our constitutional system, and I call on my colleagues to protect our authority and state officials to safeguard theirs because it is a matter of our democracy, our freedom, and our right to vote. I note that my colleague, Senator Padilla, is here. I started this floor block, but I'm proud that he and I have worked together on enlisting our colleagues. He is a major champion of election rights. He is one of the leaders in our body that has worked zealously to protect that right. And I'm proud to be standing here with him in this cause. Thank you. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from California.
Mr. President, let me begin by thanking my good friend, Senator from Connecticut, Senator Blumenthal, for his partnership, not just on these issues and a lot of matters before the Judiciary Committee generally. But we and others have come to the floor today to celebrate yesterday. Mr. President, yesterday, Americans in states across the country came out to participate in a tradition as old as the nation itself, casting their ballot in a democratic election. And while ballots are still being processed and final results will come in the coming days, it's safe to say that thanks to the hardworking and unsung heroes known as election workers and volunteers across the country, these elections largely went off smoothly and successfully. Because of their work in states like Virginia and New Jersey, we saw a record turnout. Because of their work in cities like New York, we saw the highest turnout there since 1969 in a municipal election. From a race for state Supreme Court justices in the state of Pennsylvania to a statewide proposition in my home state of California, Americans showed up in overwhelming numbers to say in one loud and clear voice that they've had enough. The question after an election is always, so what message did the voters say? What was the mandate when it comes to a high turnout election with larger than expected margins? The takeaway is this: enough of the Republican chaos, enough of the power grabs, enough of the corruption, and enough of Trump's billionaire assault on working families. That's the power of democracy. When we're able to send that type of a message, the people send that type of a message, that loud of a message, by exercising their right to vote. But even after the success of last night, let's also be clear about this. One free and fair election does not guarantee the next one. We have to fight to ensure future elections. We have to keep asking ourselves, what do we do now between now and next November to protect the next election? Because at this very moment, the president and his allies are doing everything they can to rig the rules of the game. The reality is that at some point over the last couple of months, the president came to a harsh realization. We've known his policies have been bad ones. We've known they've been harmful. He's figured out his policies are also now very unpopular. Prices on everything from groceries to housing to energy bills are going up. Healthcare premiums are spiking. SNAP benefits are being cut. But for the billionaire class, things are just fine because Trump gave them the tax cut that they wanted, and somehow there's now funding for a ballroom. Americans, though, are fired up. They're angry at a president and a party that are looking out for themselves more than they're looking out for the country as a whole. But rather than change their policies that are causing such harm, instead of changing their policies before the midterm elections, President Trump and Republicans would rather change the rules. And we have a responsibility to sound the alarm before it's too late. Let me revisit my home state of California, where voters came out in big numbers to pass Proposition 50 by a wide margin. Why? We're not celebrating a mid-decade redistricting. Proposition 50 passed because they've been waiting to respond to the madness. Because Donald Trump is the one who forced California's hand. In between trying to apply a little gold covering to every square inch of the White House that he can, that hasn't been demolished, and pardoning billionaire criminals, President Trump's been making some phone calls. So's the vice president. They called GOP state lawmakers to redraw congressional maps and to silence Democratic opposition. It began when President Trump called Texas Governor Greg Abbott and told him to find him 5 more Republican seats. When I first heard that, it sounded eerily similar to the call we all heard about from 2020 when President Trump called the Secretary of State of Georgia and demanded he find him 11,000 more votes. When we knew what Texas was going to do, a midterm partisan redistricting, Californians knew right away that enough was enough. And that's what yesterday was all about, leveling the playing field. And by the way, at any moment, Republicans can actually end this redistricting arms race altogether, because there's more than just chatter about Ohio and Florida and Indiana and Missouri and others. To end that arms race, I invite my Republican colleagues to join us in supporting true nationwide redistricting reform. And yes, we do have a bill to do just that. Independent redistricting, once every 10 years after the census, which is when it should be properly done. But no, Republicans would rather try to cling to power by changing the rules of the game. And it's why just yesterday, the White House issued yet another threat, this time a threat to issue another illegal executive order to ban mail-in voting. And it's why, as races are being called last night, and Trump knew things were going to go his way, that the president took to social media to demand Republicans kill the filibuster, to ban mail-in voting and other laws that are designed to keep our elections secure, but make it easier for eligible United States citizens to exercise their fundamental right to vote, to cast their ballot and have their ballot be counted. That is what we're up against. But wait, there's more. At the same time, the Trump Department of Justice has its hands full. Boy, do they. The Department of Justice has sent letters to at least 40 different states demanding information about their voter maintenance policies and practices. And they filed lawsuits against 8 states, and probably growing, including California, who have refused to hand over the personal, private information of voters. Kind of reminds me of a game that kids sometimes play. Heads, I win, tails, you lose. What the administration is saying is, you can give us your voter rolls so we can start systematic purging, or you can choose to protect voter information, but we'll see you in court, and we're going to claim voter fraud anyways. But wait, there's more. Donald Trump is also staffing up the White House with like-minded election deniers and conspiracy theorists, hinting at future actions that could disenfranchise even more voters. Of course, the president's been slandering places like California in our election practices for years, and he did it once again, just yesterday, on Election Day. His words, not mine. The president lies and shouts fraud without a shred of evidence. He didn't wait till Election Day. He started prior to, because he knew he was going to lose. The White House restated its threat to issue a new, even more illegal executive order to ban mail-in voting, despite the fact that the president himself votes by mail. And on top of all these brazen efforts, they're laying the groundwork for the nuclear option once again. Think about what we've seen over just the last few months. Troops deployed domestically into cities in response to pretend rebellions that only exist in Donald Trump's mind. You know, going back to this Proposition 50 in California, I was there with the governor and other state leaders when we first launched the effort. We held a rally to announce a new legal, democratic ballot initiative, small d democratic, because ultimately it was going to be up to the voters to decide. The day of that rally, the day of that kickoff, don't tell me it was a coincidence. Who shows up at the doors on the perimeter of this building? Armed Border Patrol agents to try to intimidate people coming in to participate in the kickoff, in the announcement. Now, the election deniers and the administration have been lobbying for the White House to declare a fake national emergency to try to seize unconstitutional powers over our elections. So I raise all these examples as a shocking reminder of how quickly Donald Trump is moving to upend our free and fair elections. But the reality is, none of this should be surprising. I know it's not to me, because he's done it before. It's been 5 years since Donald Trump first tried to steal the 2020 election. And since then, he's only grown more extreme. We all agree it's important to protect the security and integrity of our elections. But even at a moment in history like this, I remind myself American democracy was here long before MAGA, and it'll be here long before MAGA Republicans are no longer in power. But it will not be by accident. Members of Congress can and must stand up to every one of Trump's unconstitutional power grabs over state election authority. I'm committed to doing my part. If the Trump White House tries to declare some fake national emergency to create a pretense for federal intervention, I will force a vote here in the Senate to stop it. But no matter what happens, voters cannot lose hope. That's what's most important. We need Americans to keep showing up each and every election and show up in overwhelming numbers, just as they did yesterday, just as they did for hundreds of years prior, and make clear that it will be the people and only the people who will determine the future of our democracy. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
President.
The Senator from Rhode Island.
I would have hoped that the basic operation of American democracy, and in particular the basic integrity of America's elections, would not be a topic that we would have to come to the Senate floor to worry about. But the character down the road in the Oval Office is making all sorts of threats to the cornerstone of America's democracy, our elections. I'll mention three. First, he nonstop lies about rigged elections. He can't bear to face the fact that Joe Biden beat him by millions of votes fair and square, and so he invented a story of rigged elections. Well, as has repeatedly been shown, if any election has been rigged recently, it was Donald Trump's first election, where study after study, report after report, showed that Russia had been messing around in that election, using covert influence operations to influence American voters and steer them towards their favorite, Donald Trump. But the lying about rigged elections is a bit of a warning sign, because the other thing we've learned about Trump is that his accusations tend to be actual confessions. The bad stuff that he intends to do, he announces by accusing others of doing the same thing. So when people notice the mischief that he's up to, he says, well, everybody does it. That doesn't make it anything other than a lie. Then, he has been out bullying Republican states to try to get him more seats in Congress by doing mid-season gerrymandering of their states. This succeeded, kind of, in Texas. When I say it succeeded kind of, it succeeded in the sense that they got the gerrymandered districts. But here's the rub. When you gerrymander more Republican districts into a state, you make the freeboard, the win ratio for each of those districts, a little bit less. And if yesterday was any message, Republicans need to worry about a wave election washing away Trump's poison and nonsense. In a wave election, those gerrymandered districts that you thought you'd moved into the Republican column could get sunk in the wave. In particular, we've already seen from yesterday's results, more analysis will follow, but that it looks like Latino voters, important in Texas, are abandoning Trump. So it may be that Texas's gerrymandering blows up in its face. And wouldn't that be a nice turnabout? Maybe that's what Republicans in Indiana were thinking when they refused to gerrymander their state. They might well be looking at Texas and saying, you know, voters in Texas might actually have cared more about electric bills, about their homeowners insurance crisis, about their cost of living, and wanted Texan legislators to do something about that instead of going off on a partisan gallivant to redistrict the state. And those voters might just hold those Republicans accountable for choosing as their priority to use gerrymandering so that politicians can choose their voters instead of paying attention to the voters who want help with costs, who want their homeowners insurance problem solved, who are concerned about their electric utility bills, and who are sick to death of what's happening with grocery costs. The third avenue of attack on elections by Trump is that he's modeling government election interference in front of our faces right now. When you send the National Guard into American cities, when you deploy masked, plainclothes, presumably ICE agents, to yank people off the street and fling them in unmarked vans and disappear them, you are getting people used to images that Americans are not used to. You are inoculating Americans against that kind of abuse of both military and law enforcement capabilities. So that when it's election day, and that kind of nonsense takes place around polling places to discourage voters, we've gotten used to it. So the lying, the constant lying about rigged elections, the bullying, the constant bullying to force state legislatures to gerrymander, even though that's not what their voters want, and the constant modeling of government interference in elections, all of that is a signal that we have to be on our guard to protect our democracy. It's not just Trump. In doing this, Trump has allies. He has allies on the packed and captured Supreme Court, a court that Republicans packed and captured specifically to help their big, creepy billionaire donors acquire more power in American democracy. And boy, have we seen enough creepy billionaire power in American democracy. Dark money, the secret, sneaky, dark money floods that are poisoning our elections, that allow billionaires to channel multi-million-dollar contributions into races, hiding behind front groups and screens and super PACs, so that voters can't do their duties as citizens of figuring out who is telling them what, because the loudest and noisiest and most prolific messages are coming from behind masked entities. It was one of the dirtiest deeds ever done to our democracy, and it was done by the Roberts Court. Voter suppression, making sure that white legislatures could discourage black and Latino voters by changing the rules for who you can, when you can vote and how you can vote. We passed a Voting Rights Act in the Congress to stop that kind of behavior. And this Supreme Court, the Roberts Court, has been diligently pulling out piece by piece of those Voting Rights Act protections. And when they do, what happens? Instantly, those Southern legislatures go to work to make it harder and harder for minorities to vote. Hundreds of bills get filed. Third, when they were confronted with partisan gerrymandering, distorting Americans' right to vote by letting politicians pick voters instead of voters pick politicians, they said, oh, well, that's all fine. We're not going to look into any of that. Courts are not allowed to look into whether gerrymandering is legal or illegal, constitutional or unconstitutional. Those three decisions, flooding our elections with corrupting dark money, letting state legislatures make it harder for certain people to vote who they don't want voting, and gerrymandering districts against the will of the public, people hate gerrymandering, those three things have collectively done immense damage to our democracy, and those bad decisions are going to play out in this coming election. I'll close with a point about all three of those cases. The Citizens United case that let filthy, unlimited dark money pollute our elections, the Shelby case that tore down an essential element of the Voting Rights Act, and the Rucho case that allowed uncontrolled partisan gerrymandering, all three of them share a very important characteristic in common, and that is they hang on a false fact. To get where the court wanted to go, those Republican appointees had to make up a false fact that the decision hung on. In Citizens United, it was that all the unlimited money would be transparent. Well, we know that was false. Every $1 billion in dark money that falls into our elections proves that was false. And Shelby, it was the things that changed. You didn't need to worry about Southern legislatures trying to keep Democratic voters from showing up. But you saw that that was false because all those laws were immediately passed to suppress voters. And in the Rucho case, it was courts can't figure out gerrymandering stuff. It's just too complicated. But in fact, courts were figuring it out. It's not even that hard to figure out. The court just made up falsely that this was too hard. When a court is making up false facts to get to an outcome that it wants, that's not a sign of great integrity in those proceedings. So we have a lot to worry about, and we have more to worry about after yesterday, because last night showed that voters do not like what Trump and his Republican cohort here in the House and the Senate are doing to our country. This was a small wave, and with any luck, it is building to a bigger wave. And instead of adjusting to popular opinion, what we know they're going to do is to try to use even more tools to corrupt democracy, corrupt elections, and defeat our ability to have the American people decide who they want to lead them at the polls. That is the predicament we are in, and it requires us to be on high alert. I yield the floor.
The Democratic Whip.
Mr. President, I want to thank my friends, Senators Padilla and Blumenthal, for putting together this floor block. Yesterday was election day for many Americans. They stood at the ballot box and voted their conscience. But they weren't just voting for a candidate, they were voting for a vision of our nation. Will we continue to be that nation that stands for those powerful words carved over the entrance to the Supreme Court, equal justice under law? Or will we allow MAGA politics and President Trump's assault on the rule of law to damage the democratic process that we hold so dear? Well, the American people certainly answered that question yesterday with resounding votes rejecting the Trump administration's disastrous policies. We know the right to vote is under attack from those who seek to undermine, in some cases deny, the very will of the American people, the heart of our democracy. There has been an effort for years to restrict access to the ballot under the false banner of, quote, election integrity, close quote. Under the Trump administration, this effort is being led by the very government entities that were created to protect the right to vote. This betrayal is deliberate. It is eroding the foundation of our democracy. Let me be clear. There is no longer a functioning federal entity actively safeguarding each American's right to vote, our most fundamental constitutional freedom. The Department of Justice's Civil Rights Division, once the defender of voting access for communities of color, those serving in the military, rural voters, people with disability, has been devastated by President Trump. Let me tell you a little anecdote. Last night I was in the grocery store in Capitol Hill buying a few things to eat. A woman came up to me and said she knew who I was, and she wanted to let me know what her situation was. She works in the Civil Rights Division of the Department of Justice, and she's furloughed at the present time. She said, you know how many people are left in this Civil Rights Division, which once had almost 200 employees? 63. It's been devastated by Trump. Under the Trump administration's reimagined mission, aligned with MAGA politics and driven by the lie of widespread voter fraud, the Civil Rights Division voting section has abdicated its role in confronting the real and rising tide of disenfranchisement. Attorney General Pam Bondi removed the voting section's leadership team and ordered the dismissal of the section's active cause cases. The voting section is responsible for enforcing federal laws that were enacted to protect the right to vote, including the Voting Rights Act, the Civil Rights Act of 1964, Uniform and Overseas Citizens Absentee Voting Act, the National Voter Registration Act, and the Help America Vote Act. The decision to gut this section by Attorney General Bondi and the White House will harm American voters and cause long-lasting damage. It is part of the Trump legacy. The Trump administration also ordered the Justice Department to monitor polling sites in California and New Jersey before yesterday's election at the request of Republican Party officials. While election monitoring is a crucial tool, deploying monitors on a partisan basis is outrageous. We know that voter fraud is extremely rare, extremely, but President Trump and Republicans continue to baselessly claim it is rampant, trying to suppress the vote. We must fight these dangerous attempts to restrict the right to vote and restore confidence in our democracy by ensuring that every eligible American has access to the ballot. That's why, in honor of my late friend and voting rights pioneer, Congressman John Lewis, I've been proud to introduce a bill that bears his name, the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, which would restore and strengthen the Voting Rights Act. It's been an honor to work with Senator Warnock of Georgia and Senator Leahy before him to lead this legislation as a former chair and now ranking member of the Judiciary Committee. I remain committed to seeing this bill signed into law. This legislation should be a no-brainer. The issue of access to the ballot used to enjoy overwhelming bipartisan support. Now it's been gamed and politicized by the MAGA bunch. But since the conservative majority in a divided 5-4 Supreme Court gutted the Voting Rights Act in 2013, Shelby County decision, this has become an increasingly partisan issue. Attacks on voting rights aren't happening in a vacuum. Across this country, Republican lawmakers and litigators are using every trick in the book to change the rules of the game in their favor and cling to power. Purging voter rolls, closing polling places, making it more difficult by restricting mail-in voting, undermining the Voting Rights Act, all for one purpose, to limit access to the ballot box. The Republicans actually believe we're a better nation if fewer people vote. I believe every eligible person should vote if you want a true democracy working. President Trump is hell-bent on continuing to undermine faith in our elections and attack the rule of law, whether by inciting a violent mob on January 6, which overran the Senate chamber to overturn the results of a free and fair election, or by demanding that blue states turn over reams of voter data to his administration. President Trump has led a long, coordinated campaign to suppress the vote in America. We now face a critical question. Will we sit idly by while Trump and MAGA Republicans steamroll the great American experiment, or will we cause some good and necessary trouble, as John Lewis once said, to save our democracy and our precious, almost sacred right to vote? If yesterday's election are any indication of how the American people feel about this administration, I'd say they're in for more, and better get ready for more good trouble. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The Senator from Virginia.
Mr. President, I appreciate the chance to rise today to talk about a success story in Virginia in the elections last night, but I'm going to take a little bit of a different tack than my colleagues, and I'm not going to talk about my pride and my friends who won elections. I'm instead going to talk about the turnout in the elections. Virginia has governor's races every 4 years, and we do them in an odd year cycle where the governor's race is the year following the presidential race. And this has been our practice for a very long time. And we can look at the turnout as the state has grown in population. We can look at the total turnout in a governor's race and get some sense for what is happening and how engaged our electorate is. Virginia has had a history in the past of significant obstacles to voting. My father-in-law fought in the submarine corps in the Pacific during World War II. And he came back to the state, and the first governor's race after he got back from World War II was in the late 1940s. And he noticed that the total turnout in that race represented almost single digits in terms of the eligible voter population. Virtually nobody voted. And my father-in-law, Lynn, who later became governor of Virginia, said, wait, I was in the Pacific fighting for democracy, and I come home to my home state, and virtually no one is even voting for governor? That led him to start a career in politics that eventually achieved him the distinction of being the first Republican ever popularly elected to be governor of Virginia in 1969. What was happening in Virginia in those days was poll taxes and literacy tests and other things that restricted people's ability to vote. And we've had a remarkable transformation under both Democratic and Republican leaders that has expanded the franchise and expanded participation. And what I want to stress very clearly is voting turnout, voting participation, making it easier to participate is not a partisan thing. It helps Republicans and it helps Democrats. And you can tell that by looking at the history of Virginia gubernatorial elections and seeing what happens when turnout goes up. Sometimes it's great for Democrats, sometimes it's great for Republicans. I'll give you an example, Mr. President. 4 years ago, in 2021, we had a race in Virginia, and Republicans swept all 3 statewide offices. Republicans elected Glenn Youngkin to be our governor, and he has now served the single 4-year term that Virginia grants to governors. We're the only state where you can't run for re-election. Virginia elected our first woman lieutenant governor, Republican Winsome Earl Sears, and she was also the first woman of color to hold a statewide office. And Virginia elected 4 years ago Jason Miyares, Mr. President, you and I were chatting about him earlier today, who is a Cuban-American, to be our Attorney General. Why do I bring up that election from 4 years ago? I bring it up because it was notable in that the Republicans swept, but it was notable for another reason. The turnout in that race in 2021 was 25% higher than the turnout 4 years previously. It was the second largest jump in turnout between any governor's races in Virginia. And Mr. President, I'll say with a matter of pride, the first biggest jump was between my father-in-law's 2 governor's races in 1965 and 1969. He ran for governor as a Republican in 1965 and lost. He ran for governor as a Republican in 1969 and won, and the turnout jumped by 68%. Why? Because the Supreme Court struck down poll taxes. And the Voting Rights Act struck down poll taxes in federal elections. And when poll taxes went away, a huge surge of additional participation. So when Governor Youngkin and Winsome Earl Sears won, and Jason Miyares won in 2021, why were they able to get a 25% increase in voting participation in Virginia? They did it because Virginia made reforms to guarantee and expand the right to vote. We embraced mail-in voting. We embraced no-excuse absentee voting. We allowed people to vote for 45 days before the election day. And by doing those 3 things, some of which President Trump says should be banned at the national level, it helped a Republican ticket sweep all races in Virginia. We went, by most estimates, from being one of the states that made it harder to vote. We traditionally were ranked in the 51 states plus D.C. We were usually ranked about 45th in the ease of access to the ballot. We went from the bottom to the top 10, and it was good for a Republican ticket. Governor Youngkin, Lieutenant Governor Sears, Attorney General Miyares won a big election with increased turnout. Expanding access to the ballot is not a partisan thing. Last night, Democrats had a sweep. My friend Abigail Spanberger, who served in the House with a number of my Senate colleagues, was elected to be Virginia's first woman governor. My friend Ghazala Hashmi, a state senator, actually my state senator, she's the one I write cranky letters to when I have to write a cranky letter to an official. She was elected to be Lieutenant Governor of Virginia, and get this is pretty amazing. She is the first Muslim American woman ever elected to a statewide office anywhere in the United States. And my friend Jay Jones, who I've known since he was 11 years old, was elected to be Virginia's first African American Attorney General. They also saw a big increase in turnout. The turnout that we had last night was about 10% higher than the turnout that we saw in 2021. So the point that I just wanted to make by standing here is my colleagues have talked about the variety of threats there may be to ballot access, whether it's forced redistrictings or whether it's President Trump saying, we should abandon vote by mail or make it harder for people to vote. The history of my state shows if you make it convenient for people to vote, number one, more people will vote. And number two, that can be good for Republicans or Democrats, depending upon the political dynamic of the time and the strength of the candidates in their campaigns. It used to be that voting and voting rights in this chamber was pretty bipartisan. When the Voting Rights Act was passed in 1965 nationally, it wouldn't have passed without Republican votes. Yes, it was a Democratic president, LBJ, who put it on the table, but it was Republican senators disproportionately who carried the torch to victory on the Voting Rights Bill in 1965, as many Southern Democrats opposed that bill. As the Voting Rights Bill has been reauthorized over time, it was always reauthorized significantly with both Democratic and Republican votes. It's only been in the aftermath of the Shelby decision, which happened right as I came into the Senate, that voting rights has started to seem like a partisan issue, where Democrats have tried to restore some of the voting rights provisions, for example, the preclearance provisions in Section 5, but have struggled to find a Republican willing to do it. So the point that I want to make as I conclude is just that I'm happy in Virginia because my friends won last night. But I'm happy anytime we have elections where people really participate. And where I get really depressed about elections is when turnout is low. Last night we had big participation, that benefited Democrats. 4 years ago we had big participation, that benefited Republicans. The kinds of things we've done in Virginia to make elections more accessible to all are common sense and convenient rules that I embrace at the national level and that are good for democracy, sometimes benefiting one party, sometimes benefiting another, but ultimately good for democracy and good for voters. And with that, Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. I need a Zen moment. Okay. Mr. President?
Senator from Minnesota.
Mr. President, are we in a quorum call?
We are.
I ask that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I want to thank Ranking Member Padilla and Senator Blumenthal, Ranking Member Padilla of the Rules Committee, Senator Blumenthal, for organizing a group of my colleagues to come to the floor today and for their leadership on this issue. We are focused on, as we saw last night, Americans turn out in droves to vote, to exercise their constitutional right and really their duty to vote. And we want to make sure that people can continue to stand up, to show up, whether they are Democrats, Republicans, or independents, to protect voting rights and ensure that every eligible American can make their voice heard in our democracy. I also want to thank the state and local election administrators, secretaries of state, poll workers, and everyone else in states like Minnesota, Virginia, California, New Jersey, and more who made sure that yesterday's elections went smoothly. It takes a lot of people and a lot of planning to do that. Yesterday, millions of people exercised that sacred right. According to preliminary data, Minneapolis saw its second highest turnout for a municipal election, with more than 147,000 people casting a ballot in its off year. And in Virginia, 3.3 million people voted this year, the state's highest ever turnout in a non-presidential election year. As Congressman John Lewis once said, voting is the most powerful tool we have to create a more perfect union. In recent years, from the January 6th insurrection to election conspiracies to threats against polling sites in New Jersey, we have seen an alarming rise in dangerous rhetoric and threats against election workers and polling places. Sometimes it's from other countries trying to do harm regardless of the political outcome, but wanting to mess around in our democracy. Sometimes it is people trying to influence an election from either side. We have also seen repeated attacks on access to the ballot box from this administration. The Justice Department has turned away from its mission of enforcing the Voting Rights Act, and the President has issued an unlawful executive order to overhaul our nation's elections that would purge American citizens from voter rolls and make it harder for the men and women of our military to vote. Just as the President overstepped his authority by implementing the across-the-board tariffs, I was at the Supreme Court oral argument today, along with Senator Lee and Senator Markey. I will say it was a well-argued case with pointed questions from the justices. I am very impressed by some of the arguments that were made against these tariffs by both the states and the lawyers for the small businesses, as well as some of the justices' discussions when it came to the tariffs about Congress's right under the Constitution, under Article 1, our authority to assess taxes, not an unconstitutional delegation or an overreach by the administration. And so we have seen this overstep with regard to the tariffs, which is having calamitous effects on my constituents, small businesses, farmers, ranchers. One soybean farmer told me it was the perfect storm of ugly. But we have also seen this overstep when it comes to the Constitution and people's rights to vote. The White House recently confirmed that the president intends to continue his unlawful attacks on voting rights by issuing a new executive order targeting mail-in voting. Mail-in voting is nothing new. It dates back to the Civil War, and the president himself has said that voting by mail, voting early, and voting on Election Day are all good options. I agree, and Americans across the country agree. In Minnesota, we have made it easier, not harder, for all eligible Americans to vote, including by giving everyone the chance to vote by mail. We have people who vote by mail. Some of these states like Utah and Oregon, they have almost the vast majority of people vote by mail. We're not actually that. We're kind of a mix. We have the highest voter turnout in the country, nearly every election in the country. I go into a hardware store or a cafe, and I know that 70, 80% of the people have voted. Sometimes they'll come up to me and say, well, I didn't vote for you, but I did like this one thing you did, or I have an idea for you. That means something in a democracy. But that's because we make it easier to vote, not only with the mail-in voting and the drop-off ballots, but we also have it with same-day registration, which when you look at states that have that, whether they're red or blue or purple, that's probably the most defining thing about if you're going to have high voter turnout. And when you have high voter turnout, believe me, my state has elected everyone from Jesse Ventura to Michelle Bachmann to me. But what all of us have in common is that we had extraordinary high voter turnout when the people got elected. And that makes people feel like they're part of the franchise. That makes them feel like, wow, we're part of this democracy. We're not left out of it. And that alone is worth something in a democracy, regardless of who gets elected. In 2024, 36 states allowed voters to cast their votes by mail, and nearly 1/3 of the voters did. And that is post-pandemic. So instead of creating barriers to the ballot box, we need to expand access to the polls to ensure all eligible Americans can vote in the way that works best for them, regardless of their zip code. That's why I have led the effort with Ranking Member Padilla to advance common sense bills to protect our democracy, including the Freedom to Vote Act. That bill will increase ballot access and reform our campaign finance system to ensure that our democracy is of, by, and for the American people. And I will also note, with regard to some of the things that happened coming out of Texas, it also would make sure that we have a fair system when it comes to the House of Representatives and districts and what's going on there. That's also why I also strongly voted to support the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act to restore and strengthen key portions of the Voting Rights Act. And it's why I've worked to give reliable federal support to state and local governments so that they can continue to administer safe, secure elections. This is something we should all be able to agree on. We must support our local election offices and help them maintain their election infrastructure to keep pace with new technology and combat cybersecurity threats. We should also be able to agree that we should stand by our election workers, including volunteers, who face a barrage of threats and intimidation. I remember hearing, when I chaired the Rules Committee, from the election officers in places like Pennsylvania, where a Republican election official was threatened simply because he upheld the election results. His entire family was threatened. Or secretaries of state who have the voicemails of the recordings of their families being threatened or their homes being threatened. And you think about these volunteers, particularly in rural areas or election officials, but they don't have the police there nearby to protect them. That's why I lead the Election Worker Protection Act, legislation to provide states the resources to recruit and train election workers and ensure their safety. Protecting election officials should not be a partisan issue. The security of our elections is directly tied to the security of our election workers. Nothing is more fundamental to our democracy than our free and fair elections. Voting is how the American people make their voices heard and ensure their elected leaders are held accountable. So while we continue to see attacks on our democracy, it is our duty to never give up hope. Every election, it is inspiring to see Americans, Republicans, Democrats, and independents alike exercise their sacred right to vote however they choose. It was quite a reminder last night how people are going to vote, and they're going to vote for their families, and they're going to vote for their own economic security, and they're going to vote because they believe in our democracy. Even in an off-year election, when no senator is on the ballot, when no president is on the ballot, where not even a member of Congress is on the ballot, but 2 governors, and some referendums about the judiciary, and some referendums about the elections, and some local officials and mayors, people turned out, and they turned out in record numbers. So I hope that makes people realize that our democracy is thriving, but our democracy only thrives when we make it so people can vote. And I have been so proud of my state over the years. And again, we're a purple state. We've elected Republican and Democratic governors in the last decades. We've elected Republican senators in the last decades. We have a split legislature. One house is Republican. The state house, the state Senate is Democratic. There was an election last night on that front. We have an evenly split congressional delegation, 4 and 4, because we don't have gerrymandering, and we have actually competitive elections a number of years for these congressional seats. And there we are with the 1 or 2 highest voting turnout in the nation. Why is that? Because people feel like they're a part of it. That's what we want to have happen in this nation. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. The absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alston-Brooks.
Consent to vitiate proceedings under the quorum call.
Without objection.
Today is the anniversary of the election of President Trump in 2024. And today, as the shutdown of our federal government is officially the longest it's ever been, 36 days, because we can't come to agreement between our parties and our chambers. In fact, the House isn't even at work and hasn't been for weeks because Republicans won't work with us to ensure access to health care. We're in a dangerous and unsettled place here at home. But we're also in a dangerous and unsettled place abroad and around the world. My role in appropriations in this Congress is as the senior Democrat on the committee, the subcommittee, that funds all of our defense and intelligence. And given that role, where I've worked with Senator McConnell, the chairman, to write the bill that we should be moving forward that would fully fund the security apparatus of the United States, I wanted to come to the floor for a few minutes today and talk with my colleagues and our nation about what it is that actually keeps us safe at home and abroad. For my entire life, we have relied upon the U.S. military, and we will soon celebrate Veterans Day next week, when all of us should thank those who have served or who are serving. We've relied on them to be something that we often take for granted: nonpartisan, non-political, and all-volunteer, professional, career military. And for that to be sustained, for the folks to continue to step forward, raise their right hand, and swear to defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic, we need a nation that supports our warfighters. For it is our warfighters who answer the call to serve and to defend, no matter what party's in charge, to respect and obey the chain of command, and to execute all lawful orders. I think we rely on the best equipped, best trained, most professional military in the world, and in partnership with them, a global network of alliances. We are the envy of the world, not only because of our weapons, the most advanced and sophisticated weapon systems, but because we have the best trained, best respected, most supported military in the world. And that additional factor is something stronger than envy, which is respect. I've traveled over my 15 years here on the Foreign Relations Committee to dozens of countries on literally every continent, and have seen directly the respect that other armed forces around the world have for our military, for its civilian control, its professionalization, its training and equipment. I grew up in the shadow of the Vietnam War. It was raging as I was a young man. I still remember being in elementary school with classmates who had older brothers in combat. I still remember as Saigon fell when I was in middle school, and as the POWs, including our former colleague John McCain, were released from years of imprisonment, and being shocked at the way some returning veterans were treated, disrespected, at how there had been a real loss of a sense of respect and appreciation for those who served. Over years, our armed forces have earned their way back to a place of deep and broad respect in the hearts of the American people. Over the years that I served as county executive, and I went to ceremony after ceremony as units of the Delaware National Guard deployed over and over, and then often 9 months or a year later, we would welcome them home at wonderful homecoming celebrations, I saw deep and broad support and respect for the men and women of the armed forces of the United States. Tragically, I've also had the opportunity along the flight line at Dover Air Force Base to welcome home America's fallen, to get to know the families grieving over their loss, and this year to be joined by members of the House and Senate as we welcomed home our fallen heroes who had died serving us overseas. The difference in tenor, in respect, in affection for the men and women of our armed forces over the arc of my lifetime, from the 70s during the Vietnam War to today, has been striking. And today, as I rise to speak on the 1-year anniversary of President Trump's election, I just wanted to look back and reflect how in that year, he and Secretary Hegseth have set us on a course that risks losing again all of that accumulated goodwill, all of that respect. I'm going to talk about how they've weakened our alliances, politicized our military, dulled down our military readiness, and brought us closer to needless, even dangerous wars of choice. All of that leaving us weaker and less safe as we confront the most dangerous world since the end of the Cold War. President Trump is a master of distraction, so you don't ever have time to step back and look at the bigger pattern. It's amazing how many times a day the topics change. Are we talking about the tearing down of the East Wing or planning for a new ballroom? Or a renewed threat to invade a country in Africa, apparently Nigeria this week? It is a constant, unending smorgasbord of tweets, and greatest hits designed to prevent us with its blizzard from ever seeing any pattern. Well, 1 year after his election, I wanted to take a few minutes and show that pattern to you today. In his first 10 months as President of the United States, President Trump has fired or pushed out more than 15 of our most senior admirals and generals, starting with the chairman of the Joint Chiefs and the chief of naval operations, fired because they were somehow considered DEI hires or too woke, something I find to be utterly without foundation in their service or in the opinion of others who served with them in the armed forces. He hijacked the 250th anniversary parade to celebrate the history of the U.S. Army and turned it into a birthday parade for himself. More recently, President Trump and Secretary Hegseth gathered all of our most senior military leaders from around the world for a speech here near Washington in Quantico, a massive national security risk, just so they could give political speeches about grooming and about using the military against the enemy within, pulling these decorated and seasoned men and women from core jobs literally around the world, protecting America against our adversaries on the front lines to come back and be props for a highly political speech. In unprecedented decisions in modern times, the President has federalized the National Guards from California, from Illinois, from Oregon over the objections of governors and deployed them into cities over the objections of mayors who say, we can deal with the challenges of crime. If you want to send us federal resources, we'd welcome sending us additional federal law enforcement like the ATF and the FBI. They also, this administration, mobilized the Marines to go into Los Angeles. All of this takes our military from their central missions and training for partisan political ends. This brings us to a second key pillar of our national security, the best trained and equipped military in the world. Secretary Hegseth, at the beginning of this year, supported a full-year continuing resolution for the Department of Defense for the first time ever. And Senator McConnell and I, as the chair and ranking of the Defense Appropriations Subcommittee, were struck at how much harm that does. We are on the verge of doing it again for a terrible second year. Ask any senior military leader. It makes it impossible to plan, and nothing requires more stable, certain long-term funding. Designing and building the next generation of fighter aircraft, building and deploying nuclear-powered submarines, recruiting and training the world's best military, and then equipping them with things on land, air, and sea that make them the most lethal armed forces on Earth. We can't do that if Secretary Hegseth continues to support full-year continuing resolutions. It's also important that our warfighters be respected because they know they have the support and engagement of the American people on difficult and dangerous missions, something that's lacking when they refuse to fully brief, support, and engage the Senate of the United States, a challenge that is happening right now. We need a plan, we need preparation, and we need clarity to Congress about what is going on in the Caribbean, what preparations are being made with regards to Venezuela. I have no objection to the idea that we need to work together to strengthen the interdiction of drugs coming to the United States. But this body, given the Constitution and our role, deserves to be consulted and included so that we can build consensus, common agreement to support a plan of action so that our warfighters, the men and women of our armed forces, know we have their back. That is the best way to send them into harm's way. All of this is built on another of President Trump's broken promises. He ran on lowering costs, making America healthy again, and avoiding new foreign wars. On the campaign trail, I often heard that was one of his most popular promises. Since then, the threats to start new wars with friends and allies and foes alike have been dizzying. Canada, Mexico, Denmark, Panama, Colombia, Nigeria. Our president tosses these things off casually. But in a meeting I had early in his term with leaders from Denmark and Greenland, they were alarmed, frightened, concerned about how a trusted NATO ally could threaten to seize Greenland. A seemingly casual remark that was then reinforced and repeated over and over. And I am worried that we are now sleepwalking into a war with Venezuela in an effort to overthrow Maduro, all while leaving the People's Republic of China freer rein to run roughshod over the Indo-Pacific while they massively increase the scope and scale of their aggression. Let's be clear, there's no love lost between me and Maduro, a brutal dictator, but we should have clarity about how and why we might use our armed forces. Last, a key pillar to our security for the last 8 decades since the end of the Second World War has been a remarkable global network of powerful alliances. I've long said one of our key advantages over the People's Republic of China is our network of trusted and deep alliances. China has nervous neighbors and client states, and President Trump is putting all of that at risk. Our adversaries are increasingly aligning. Russians are using Iranian drones, North Korean soldiers, and Chinese technology and funding to help carry out their brutal war of aggression in Ukraine. Meanwhile, our alliances are framed. As I mentioned, the president threatened to invade NATO allies like Canada and Denmark, kicked President Vladimir Zelensky out of the Oval Office, but rolled out the red carpet for Vladimir Putin, held up crucial arm deliveries and sales to nations that rely on us for their security, from Ukraine to Taiwan, and put at risk our commitment to Article 5 and to collective security that's been at the heart of NATO since its founding. The tariff deals our president has imposed on some of our closest and most trusted allies, allies that have free trade agreements with us, like South Korea, has put them profoundly on the back foot as they look at whether they can count on our security agreements. All of this means that over the past year, President Trump has steadily hacked away at the pillars of our military that protect our nation, making it less stable, making it more likely that the trust and confidence the American people have in our warfighters will crumble. This is a critical and concerning, even alarming picture from which he's trying to distract us. The nation we had a year ago was strong, secure, and moving in a positive direction. Today, I am gravely concerned about the constant distraction and the threats and moves against our allies, our partners, and the ways in which we have undermined our warfighters. So what should we do from here? Pass our bipartisan appropriations bills. Put on this floor, pass, and get to the president the defense appropriations bill that I've worked so hard on this year, and all the other appropriations bills that move us out of this cycle of rescissions and reconciliation and continuing resolutions and back to reliable, steady bipartisan support. Strengthen our alliances, reassure our nervous partners, and this recklessness with tariffs that is an on-again, off-again regime where these taxes, these tariffs, add to Americans' bottom line in a disastrous way and destabilize trust and confidence from our partners, and refocus on training and preparing for real wars, not culture wars. This is how we keep our nation safe. Just a few days ago, I was up in my father's hometown of Boston and drove through Lexington and Concord, where 250 years ago this year, our forefathers took up arms against the crown and began what was a long-shot fight, a revolution for liberty and independence for our nation. We have to remember all who have taken up arms and served our nation. I'm from a family of veterans. My brother, my sister-in-law, my father, my uncles, my great-great-grandfather, and back to the Revolution. Members of my family have stepped forward and served. For all who have done the same, who've signed on the dotted line up to and including their lives, committed their willingness to sacrifice, we owe them nothing less than the full measure of devotion that says we will support them. That support requires engagement and trust from this body, engagement and trust with our allies, and the support that our servicemen and women deserve. With that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Recognize the senator from Nevada.
Mr. President, President Trump promised Americans during his campaign that if elected, he would lower costs on day one, and Americans trusted him to do so. Yet all President Trump has done from day one of his presidency until now has been to raise costs for our families and our businesses. One of the most outrageous examples of this is with his erratic blanket tariffs that he's imposed on our allies and trading partners, as you've heard from my colleague from Delaware talking about. But let me be clear, these tariffs for the American public are nothing but taxes. Tariffs are taxes. That's what the American people are seeing every single day. And many of them are seeing it first thing in the morning when they have their cup of coffee. This is an unacceptable burden to be putting on the American people, and the tools this administration is using to do so are clearly unconstitutional. They're actually being heard in the Supreme Court today. The good news is Congress has the authority to do something about it. And there's bipartisan, bicameral agreement that we not only can we act, but we must. That's why I'm here today to pass the bill that I wrote with Senator Rand Paul of Kentucky. It's called the No Coffee Tax Act. Very simple bill. It would roll back President Trump's tax on our coffee. Let me explain why this is important. The United States is the largest importer of coffee in the world. Why? Because even though we all love our morning coffee, the United States does not have the natural climate or growing conditions needed to produce the amounts of coffee Americans consume every day. 99% of the coffee in this country comes from another country. Until President Trump took office, Americans had never paid broad tariffs on coffee imports. But now this president has decided to recklessly impose these blanket tariffs on our top sources for coffee, Brazil at 50%, and other main coffee producers like Vietnam, Indonesia, Colombia, Ethiopia are being tariffed at outrageous rates. Now, I don't need to tell you what that's meant for Americans, because we've all felt it every single day. I'm hearing from my coffee roasters and wholesalers in Nevada who have been forced to raise their prices to keep up with these tariffs. That is filtering down to local coffee shops, our small businesses, that are in turn having to raise their prices on consumers. The price of a cup of coffee has skyrocketed nearly 40% since last year. 40%. This is happening all over the country. And it's not just businesses where coffee is their main product. Restaurants that serve breakfast are being impacted as well. This is what these irresponsible tariffs have done to Americans, because, as I've said, tariffs are taxes. Now, I know that responsible, targeted tariffs on our adversaries can be good for American workers and our national security. There's a smart way to do this, however. Taxing our coffee and raising prices for Americans isn't it. The bipartisan, bicameral bill Senator Paul and I introduced would bring coffee tariffs back to the level they were at before President Trump took office, 0%. The Senate has already passed legislation supported by both Democrats and Republicans to repeal President Trump's tariffs on Canada and Brazil, as well as his global tariffs on the rest of our trading partners. So the no coffee tax is equally important to the American public. Prices are already too high in this country. Getting rid of this unnecessary coffee tax will make Americans' lives and their mornings just a little bit easier. For that reason, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of my bill, the No Coffee Tax Act, which is at the desk, that the bill be considered, read 3 times and passed, and the motion to reconsider be considered, made, and laid upon the table.
Is there an objection?
Mr. President, reserving the right to object.
I recognize the senator from Idaho.
Thank you. Reserving the right to object. I rise in opposition to S3072, the No Coffee Tax Act. The bill seeks to exempt from the president's IEEPA tariffs only a single commodity, coffee. I agree with my colleagues that tariffs generally should be targeted as much as possible to avoid harm to Americans. We also should consider more exemptions to address the harms arising from potential unintended consequences, including exemptions for unavailable natural resources. The administration agrees. The very recent trade deals with Cambodia and Malaysia explicitly exempt coffee and some other mostly unavailable natural resources from the reciprocal tariffs. By all accounts, the administration is working to identify similar exemptions in other active trade negotiations. I strongly encourage the President to pursue productive courses of engagement with U.S. stakeholders in doing so. Voting for one-off exemptions on the Senate floor, in isolation of a larger negotiating strategy and broader stakeholder concerns, like S3072 asks us to do so now, does not facilitate a predictable process for our negotiators or for any broader segment of the stakeholder engagement. Therefore, I object. And Mr. President,
Objection is heard.
I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
Recognize the senator from Nevada.
Thank you. I have a lot of respect for my colleague from Idaho, and I appreciate his comments. I respectfully disagree. And I do think that we have to consider, as the negotiations are taking place, as my colleague talked about, the administration is engaging in, how long will that take? I know the USMCA took at least 2 to 3 years, and that was just 2 countries, Mexico and Canada, that we were trying to negotiate with. While this administration goes through this indiscriminate negotiation without any involvement from Congress, what am I to tell my businesses back home? Those businesses, those coffee shops that close, those individual breakfast restaurants that are there that are passing off the cost to the consumer, how long do they have to wait until they get an answer from this administration? And that's why this commodity, this particular product, there had never been a tariff on it before, because 99% of the coffee that we consume comes from out of the country. So it really is having a devastating impact on our small businesses, and they really shouldn't be used as leverage in a negotiation tactic for this reason. I appreciate the comments, however, from my colleague from Idaho. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
I recognize the majority whip.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the Senate be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I have 7 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of the majority and the minority leaders.
Duly noted.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to the consideration of S-Res 484, which is at the desk.
The clerk will report.
Senate Resolution 484 designating October 2025 as School Bus Safety Month.
Is there an objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection, the Senate will proceed to the measure.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Is there an objection? Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to the consideration of S-Res 485, which is at the desk.
The clerk will report.
Senate Resolution 485 designating the month of October 2025 as National Military Toxic Exposures Awareness Month.
Is there an objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection, the Senate will proceed to the measure.
Mr. President, I know of no further debate.
Is there further debate? Hearing none, the question is on the adoption of the resolution. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The resolution is adopted.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the preamble be agreed to and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Is there an objection? Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stands adjourned until 10 a.m. on Thursday, November 6th, that following the prayer and the pledge, the journal of proceedings be approved to date, the morning hour be deemed expired, the time for the 2 leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, and the Senate be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each. Further, Mr. President, if Senator Kane makes a motion to discharge S.J. Res 90, the Senate vote on that motion to discharge at 5 p.m.
Without objection.
Mr. President, no further business to come before the Senate. I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order.
The Senate is adjourned.